Hello everyone, and peace of Christ to all of you. Please invite your friends and let us have some good time together. And for sure, please be nice to our Muslim guests because they are poor people. They have no idea what they are worshipping. Yeah, yesterday I made a video and I made a challenge to all Muslims in the world to give us an answer what Allah means. And if you go and review all the comments made by Muslims about that video, you will see how hilarious this religion is. I mean, it's amazing how this religion exists. Simple question. Like, who is Allah? They don't know. What Allah mean? They don't know. Where the name Allah came from? They don't know. How Allah look like? They don't know. How Allah He sit? They don't know. How Allah He stand? They don't know. The Quran says, brother, Allah He istawa ala al-arsh. What istawa mean? We don't know. What Israel mean? They don't know. What Abraham mean? They don't know. What Isa mean? We don't know. And you know, I wasn't going to go online, but I found the answers are hilarious too. Like, I can't skip it, you know. So let me show you an example of some Muslim answers. This guy, his name is Yikis. Mr. Yikis, he says to us, Allah, the name of Allah, maker of everything. And then he continues saying, you ask him, why is Allah Allah? Unbelievable. I'm telling you, one day I'm going to die from heart attack just laughing. Abdul, I'm asking. And by the way, people, they say what Abdul mean. Abdul, every Muslim believe that he is the slave of Allah. And Abdullah mean the slave of Allah. So all of them, they are Abdul. This is what they call themselves, each other. So this is not an insult. Don't take it as an insult. No, this is what they call each other. If you remember, I was debating the Sheikh from New York. So he was saying to me, this is saying, there's a guy, his name is Abdul, and the other guy is Abdullah. You remember? Yeah, go watch the video. So this is what they call each other too. So you ask him, why is Allah Allah? Logic, question mark. The knowledge of many things is only with Allah. Question the creator of what? That word? What you expect as an answer? Ikis, I think your wife, she will never use a TV station, my friend. You are the best TV station. All what she do, she need to touch your nipples, and then you flip channels to the comedy ones between the right comedy and the left comedy. So each nipples will work for what is this, man? I mean, did you spend too much time to answer this question? I'm not asking you what he do. Remember, I said it clearly. Don't tell me he's the creator. Don't tell me he is the tall. Don't tell me he is short. I'm saying what Allah means. What Allah means. Do you know? You don't. And this is a clear evidence that you Muslims, you stole the name from somebody else. You have no answer. All the explanation, including, actually there's one of them, he posted a comment, but he took it off. But thank God, I remember the name of the video he posted, and he said to me, why you don't play this? I don't know if somebody can see the link there. I did not see it, you know. I look for his comment. He posed for us a video. He's saying, why you don't play this? This is the meaning of Allah. And I will play it, you know. So I'm asking you what Allah mean. So now I said to the Abdul, well, I'm asking what Allah means. And now he got excited and he come back. The Arabian prophet, yes. And the answer, Allah knows what Allah means. Sorry. That's deep. That's literally deep, my brother. That's, I mean, you punish me in the face, man. I'm not dumb like Christians, okay? Hello? We will definitely ask him in Jannah, inshallah. So he will ask Allah what Allah mean definitely in Jannah, in heaven. Oh boy. Very simple question. They have no idea. All this religion, brother, we are 1 point, yesterday they were 1.4. 2 weeks after they are 1.6. 3 weeks after they are 2 billions. Just wait until the end of the year, they say we are 4 billions. Now, come on, even rabbit don't do that. So you will ask Allah when you go to heaven, because he knows best what Allah mean. Okay. I think you got me there, brother. You got me. You know, truly you got me. I mean, unbelievable. Let us see another Abdul. I mean, the comments are really hilarious. Go read them and laugh. Let us see, where is the guy? His name is Dr. Ahmed. Oh, Dr. Ahmed. Where is Dr. Ahmed? I mean, too many comments to find somebody. Okay, Dr. Ahmed. Where are you? Ah, here we go. Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed, he got us busted. I'm Arabian. Your translation and explanation are wrong. First of all, try to be honest in translation. You idiot. I was reading your translation. What my translation? I mean, stupidity is really amazing. I'm showing in the screen. Go back to the video. I'm showing in the screen what your Muslim translation is. And you know what? I will shave my 20, it was 28 yesterday. Today is 29, must be, because, you know, I'm using fertilizer of Allah. It's 29 now. I'm Arabian. Your translation and explanation are wrong. First, try to be honest in translation. I did not use any translation of mine. I use your translation. This is your Muslim website. It's called Wow, Quran Wow. Like Mr. Wow? What a translation, my friend. I'm using your translation. Like which translation I used, what was mine? Is that my website? Is my name? Let us see a translation here. Like, I think this is from yesterday, you know. And my browser go back to the history sometime. Sometime it failed. Muhammad Hilali and Muhammad Khan. Your translation is not honest. And then he says, Allah have 99 names. Abdul, first of all, why your God have 99 names? Why he stop with the 99? I mean, come on, give him one more. You know the thing? Even Joe Biden will not like that. So listen, Allah have 99 names, but you fail to explain the major name of Allah. The rest are, the Muslim, they say those are attribute. Those are attribute, and they say they are names. Okay, no problem. Al-Muqit. Allah is Al-Muqit. Allah is the angry. Allah is the revenge. Allah, I mean, all those names are stupid. Allah is the believer. Al-Mu'min. Can you believe it? Allah is a believer. You believe in what? So, and actually, if we ask the Muslims, find us the 99 names in the Quran, you will find that they will not even find 60% of them. There's a Coptic, a Christian priest, is a good man. He challenged the Muslim to find the 99 names, and then the Azhar University, they agree they are not in the Quran. Most of them, they are imported from China. So what is the answer? I'm Arabian. Okay, why you don't call me Mr. Arabian? Are you in the chat Arabian? Business doctor? Do you use camera urine when people come to you to the clinic, Mr. Doctor? As long as you're a doctor, let us go, you know, let's see, let us see the doctor inside you. Let us see the certificate you have, brother. So, as you see, they are so desperate and they do not know what to say. Another guy, he says to you, do you know that the Aramaic, they say Allah, Allah. My friend, they don't say Allah, they say Aloha. Al is a word meaning God in the ancient Aramaic and even in the ancient Hebrew, because the Hebrew anyway is coming from the Aramaic. So Al is a word meaning God. El is the new version of the ancient Aramaic, which is God too. So Al, let us make it, let us put it for you in the screen for the ignorant. Don't be insulted if I say you're ignorant, by the way, because I am ignorant in many stuff too. You know, all of us, we have some form of ignorance. The ignorance will be an insult to you if you don't improve your knowledge, if you decide to stay ignorant. So, Al is a word meaning God. Regardless if this you say capital God, small God, doesn't matter really. It's a God. Okay? The God of the believer or the God of the non-believer, the God of the hypocrite, the God of the pagans, the God. So you can make it capital because this is in English, exists in a small capital and big capital. This is why Israel was not Israel. Israel was Israel in the ancient Hebrew. Mikael was Mikael. Gabriel was Gabriel. Ishmael, he was Ishmael. Because those are not even part of the name. This is not a name. Al is a word meaning God. In the new Aramaic, and same as in the new Hebrew, Al became El, which is again a word meaning God. So what happened is that time change, you know, language change, and the AL became EL. This is why you will find in the Old Testament in Hebrew, some names still they are using AL, like Daniel, you know, Daniel. Okay, so when an ignorant like Muhammad, a thief, a liar, a stone maker, he copy from other culture and other language, and then he place it in his own religion, say this has belonged to me. Muhammad was a thief. When he would go to somewhere, he sees something, he like it, he adopt it. And we can give you many examples, as if we go here, let us see, just to show you an example. Like now, the Muslims are fasting Ramadan. If you ask the Muslim, Ramadan is what? What is Ramadan? They will say to you, this is where the Quran came, but the Quran did not come in Ramadan. Quran come in many years of Islam. And Ramadan, as you know, sometimes it's July, sometimes it's February, sometimes it's December. So if the Quran came in such a month, then such a month should be follow. Which month? Your Ramadan go around the year, around the clock. If you look with me here, to show you how Muhammad, he copied things. Why Muhammad, as an example, he chose to fast the day of Kippur, or the day of, they call it Ashura in Arabic supposedly. Read with me, first of all, here. This hadith says that Quraysh used to fast the day of Ashura. in the pre-Islamic period. And the Prophet used to fast it too. Obviously, this Ashura is not the same other Ashura we will talk about soon, because it cannot be. Either it's for the Jews or it's for Quraysh. Quraysh didn't worship the God of the Jews. So why Muhammad he adopted Ashura? Because this is what the pagan Arab they practice. He practiced it too. Let us continue. Muhammad, he went and he came to Yathrib, which is now the city. It's called Medina. Muhammad, he changed the name. All right. And then he saw a bunch of Jews fasting, you know. He said to them, what is this day? Let us see. Hold on. Let me show you. He asked the Jews, why you are fasting this day? They said this is the day where Moses he crossed the sea. I will show you many examples of this madness, of this thief. I mean, there's a million hadith about it, but we want a specific one. Okay, hold on. Let us do it. And again, you will see Abdul saying to you, he is using a translation. This is his translation. I'm using your translation. This is your website. Focus with me, Abdul. Focus. If you do not know what focus mean, look, take the Prophet as an example of focusing. Let us see here. Hold on. All right. Here we go. We found it. Have you ever heard of a prophet? He added a fasting day to his religion. Just because a Jew, he said, we fasted. Welcome to Muhammad. When the Prophet came to Medina, he found the Jews fasting on the day of Ashura. They used to say, this is a great day, which Allah saved Moses. Remember, this is the Muslims saying that, not us, not the Jews. The Muslims saying that. And drowned the folk of Pharaoh. So this is the occasion. Okay. Let us get more details. Read with me carefully. And this is Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim Hadith, which mean very authentic. So don't tell me the weak and the garbage you have. Ibn Abbas said that Allah Messenger came to Medina, to Yathrib, the city of the Jews, and he found the Jews observing the fast of day of Ashura. So he asked, what was significant about this day? What is special? Why you are observing it? They replied, it is the day that which God, see not Allah, delivered Moses and his people and drowned Pharaoh and his people. So Moses observed that fast out of gratitude. And look what Muhammad he said. He said, we have more right and we have a closer connection with Moses than you. So God Messenger observed it and fast himself and gave order to fast that day. Okay. Here you notice the copy, cut, paste, cult. Copy, cut. They don't even copy the whole thing. They copy, they cut, and then they paste. If Muhammad is a prophet of God, how come Allah never informed him yet about this day? Secondly, if the Jews, they fast this day, and Moses fast that day, was he informed by Allah that fast this day because Musa fasted? No. Who informed him? A Jew. So we have a clear evidence that Islam is established by copying others. What if the Jews were wrong? What if Musa did not fast this day? What if the guy who said that to you is a liar? What kind of a prophet you are? Do you take your order of fasting, you give it, you are establishing an act of worship, an act of religion based in what a Jew said? Isn't it the Jews supposedly the enemy of Allah? It is not Jibreel who told him, it's not Allah who told him. And later when Muhammad, he mixed himself with the Serbian, he heard about the Serbian fasting five times a day, sorry, praying 5 times a day, and they fast Ramadan. The Serbian, what they do? They have a celebration every year. The moon of Ramadan comes, the moon of Ramadan goes. So they go to the city of Haran. The moon appear in a city. The second city they will come, the second year, oh sorry, 30 days after, they go and say goodbye for him in their city. And the same they do in the next year. They welcome him in one city and they goodbye to him, or they welcome him again in different city. It's like coming to a new place. It's like a new moon is coming. This is Ramadan. The ablution is from the Serbian. Go watch the video, search for Serbian ablution. Go watch it. It's exactly as Muhammad he do. And we cannot say the Serbian copying from Muhammad, because the Serbians are one of the most old religions in the Middle East. So we cannot say, oh, the Serbian are copying from Muhammad. That would be a joke. The way they put water in their ears, the way they blow their nose, the way they, everything, their feet, their hands, everything step by step. So now going back to our topic. When you as a Muslim, you say to me, you are giving us wrong translation, and I'm showing you on the screen your own website, your own English, your own Arabic, and then you cannot answer me, so you say he is giving you false translation. And you will notice that all the comments we saw, none of them have to do with the question. One saying to you, you worship Trinity. What does this have to do with our question? And then Dr. Ahmed, he said, thought I am not a religious person, but while I went to challenge someone, my opponent must be at least honest person. Look who is talking. People who believe in taqiyya and lying and take an oath by Allah name falsely. Isn't it your God Allah? And now he will say to me, the wrong translation, you are giving us false translation. Isn't it Allah who says to you, Allah will not take you accountable for false oath? As long as you don't mean it. Huh? If a Muslim, he took a false oath, this is the only religion where false oath, as long as you don't mean it. So a Muslim, he come to you, he say, I swear by Allah, we like the Christians. I swear by Allah, Islam teaches peace. Allah will not take you accountable for your oath. Why? Because you don't mean it. In your heart, there is something else. You don't mean what you are saying. So I can swear, I can lie, and I can do as much as I want. Now, who is a Muslim in the chat? He will say to me, I challenge you to find me the reference. Anyone? Who is a Muslim will say this is cannot be true, because this is embarrassing. Do we have any Muslim? Do you see it? Dr. Ahmed, are you willing to call me right now and get me busted? Oh, I forgot, you cannot debate someone not honest, but I thought the whole point of a debate is busting someone is lying. No? Isn't it, this is what the point of, like, I'm wanting to debate all Muslims. Why? Because I want to show people that they are not telling the truth. It's very well known that Muslims, they fabricate answers that have nothing to do with their religion in order to overcome the argument by lying. As an example, there's a guy, her name is Mimi. They ask her, Allah have body part. He said, who says so? But we go right now to YouTube, you see Zakir Naik say Allah have body part. All the Muslims, they say Allah have hands, have fingers. But in the debate, he said, who said so? Read with me. Chapter 2, verse number 225. This is some of the verses, not all of them. Chapter 5, verse number 89. Read and laugh. While Jesus forbid you from even taking oath, either you say yea, yea, or nay, nay. Anything else is from the devil. Any addition is from the devil. Allah is saying to them, Aka Muhammad, you can take a false oath. Allah will not take you, will not call you to account for which we, with you, made as oath unintentional. This is what they are saying, in the translation. This is your translation, by the way, not me. Okay, what does that mean? I'm lying then. But Allah call you in account in which your heart have earned. What does that mean? What do you mean? I don't mean to take to this oath. I'm lying. This oath is just a joke. Change the translator, you will find a new Quran. Because every translator, he play with the Quran as playing with football. This is Mohammed Biktal. He will say to me, no, this is your translation. False translation. Hold on. Let us go. Oh boy. Let us go to Biktal. The pages switch. If there is any Muslim, he have something to say, please feel free. We will be happy to listen to you. Allah will not take you to task for which unintentional in your oath. Go and read the interpretation and die laughing. If we go to chapter 3, verse number 28, you will see the Muslims, they are given an open license to lie. It's called taqiyya. And many naive people do not know that the longer the beard, the bigger the lie can be. They are allowed to lie, my friend, and you are naive. This is their religion. This is the religion of the devil, literally. Because what kind of God? His name is Allah. You call him potato, tomato, who care? What kind of God? He says to you, you can say to them nice things, but your heart means something else. You cannot take them as a friend, but if you take them as a friend and you mean it, You are not a Muslim no more, and you have no honor, no protection, and we will kill you. And the funny that the God of this religion called the one who don't believe in him hypocrite, but he is the one calling the Muslim to be hypocrite. Let not the believers take the believer not to take the non-believers, the hypocrite, as a friend. The Jews, they're friends. The Christians, they're friends. Okay. As become mighty and honorable in preference to the believers who are sincere. Okay, so the one who is sincere, by taking them as a friend, and he gave them honor, a mighty respect, by taking the hypocrite and disbelievers as a friends. He has no connection with Allah. How many Muslims you heard them saying, we respect Christians, we love them, you know, we hear Obama, you know, give us this garbage, we hear George Bush saying to us Islam is bees, you know, we hear all the madness, you know, all the liars. That the problem is the truth hurt, and they think by saying those statements, politically correct statement, they can hide it from us and we can have peace. Peace will never exist in this earth. You need to know, because that as long as the devil is exist, peace will not exist. The devil have many names. He have many forms. Muhammad is one of it. And look at the teaching. And you tell me if this is the teaching of the devil. And then let's read carefully. So the one who has taken someone is not a believer, disbeliever. Seeking might and honor with this disbeliever. By taking the hypocrite and disbelievers as a friends, he has no connection to Allah. How many of you naive people keep saying to us, I have a Muslim friend? Okay, no, I believe you. You believe he's a friend, right? But he cannot take you as a friend. The Quran has tons of verses. Chapter 5, verse number 51 as an example, says specifically, you cannot take Christians and Jews as a friends. So the one who take us as a friend, he have no honor, have no protection from Allah, which means we will kill you. Gang, you see the gang? He have no honor or protection from Allah. Protection from Allah means the Muslim will not kill you if you have a protection from Allah. If you don't, we kill you. Your blood is free. Just because you took a Christian person as a friend, your blood is for free. Unless it be that you guard yourself against them, save yourself from them, taken as it were security. We are talking about Erdogan now. He joined the NATO. We are talking about Saudi Arabia. They open more than 20 bases of the American in their land. We are talking about Qatar. We are talking about Pakistan, or Pakistan, the Pornistan, as Fox News said, according to Google. The Muslim will say to you, oh, this is about war. My friend, Muslims believe that they are in war with everyone who don't believe in Allah. I mean, stupidity is amazing, and there's many foolish people, they don't want to listen. This is a person who will take you as a friend. What war? He cannot take me as a friend. It is him who cannot take me as a friend. So if we are in war, already we are not friends anyway. But here it says clearly, you cannot take them as a friend, which means the Christian, the Jews, the Hindus, the Buddha, they want to take you as a friend, but you cannot, because if you take them as a friend, you are enemy of Allah too. This is why you find in different places in the book of the devil, the Quran, where it says, you cannot even take your parents. Even your parents, even your family. Chapter 58, verse number 22. The Quran says, you will not find one believer, just one, who take those who oppose Allah, who will love those who oppose Allah. Even if they are your sons, your fathers, your sisters, your mothers. And then this coward, he says, I need to debate someone at least honest. Look who's talking. A person who follows a prophet saying, You can speak to them in a friendly way while your heart is like this. Read carefully. Saving yourself from them by speaking to them in a friendly way toward them while your heart is like this. Have you ever heard of more satanic cult? Ugly more than this? I have no problem to take Muslims as a friends. Why not? I believe there's good people, bad people everywhere. I might find a guy, a neighbor, maybe, he's a Muslim and he's a nice person. Why not? But now after I learned this, I cannot take him as a friend because I'm not a fool. He might be lying to me all day long, shaking hands, say we are friends. Because the second he say I'm a Muslim, that's when he believe in this. I have nothing against him as a person, as a human being, but I have a problem with this. How I can guarantee that this Muslim who is coming to my house is not going to practice this on me? He believe I am an enemy, and he's lying to me. So maybe one day he can do something wrong to me. Speaking to them in a friendly way while your heart is like this. So, Dr. Ahmed, are you speaking to us in a friendly way? Don't get close to Christian Prince. You are no match. And this is why none of your sheikh dare to call me. Now we go back to our topic. But thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for your help, because you open another window to expose the cult of Muhammad. Because if Muhammad is from God, he should say, be friend to everybody. Be honest with everybody. Speak with dignity with everybody. Not lying to Christians and Jews and Hindus and Buddhas, but be honest with Muslims. This is a gang system. This is not a religion. Another Muslim, he says, why you don't play, the comment is there, he says, why you don't play the whole video of Zakir Naik? I said, okay, where is the, okay, I will play it, but where is the answer? Here we go, this is Zakir Naik video. If you listen to it, you will die laughing. Where is the answer? Still we are waiting. Who is Allah? There is no answer. Read carefully, listen carefully.
But the crowning name is Allah. Now why do we Muslims prefer calling Allah by the Arabic word Allah instead of the English word God? The reason is, sister, all the other names and words, they can be played around with. For example, the English word God, if you add S to God, it becomes gods.
Oh. Brother, look at the answer. Brother, if in English you add S to God, you make it gods. Can you add S to Allah? Yes, I can. I do. Why not? Look at the answer. She is asking you why you are calling him Allah. You say because it is not gods, it's one. So who cares? Okay, Jesus. Hey, Jesus is one. There's Jesus. This is Jesus. I mean, look at the excuse. Look at the stupidity. This is the answer. And this is the guy said to me, why you don't play the rest of the video? Because he got you busted there. Let us see. I want to continue.
Plural of God. There's nothing like plural Allah. Kul huwallahu ahad.
You just confirmed that Allah is not one, because you said Qul huwallahu ahad. Ahad in Arabic is mean echad. This is from the Hebrew. And this is from the Aramaic. And echad is not one as a person, is a unity. This is why the Bible says that the man, he leave his parents and he would become with his wife echad. Ahad. So the idiot who do not know Arabic, I mean, there's a guy who said in the comment, it's not fair to complain about the Arabic of Zakir Naik. My friend, I'm not complaining about his Arabic. I'm showing you how stupid it is, because if you don't know Arabic, don't speak Arabic. but claiming to be scholar in the religion, yet you do not know the language. You see, if I want to claim to be scholar in the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, I have to speak. I mean, people will laugh at me if I say I'm a scholar in the Hebrew, but I don't know Hebrew. Are you getting the point? Or you, as a person who believe in Allah, you don't have any point anyway. So when Muhammad the liar, he took the word ikhad and he says, oh, qul huwa Allahu ahad. Well, he just exposed himself, because ikhad is a unity. And you can go and open the Hebrew Bible. And if we go right now to the Quran, the yellow pages of Muhammad, actually this is an insult to yellow pages. If you remember the video of Nu'man Khan, he said, you know, like the Quran is really not organized at all. He said, I am against to say chapter 1, chapter 2, because chapter 1 is mean organized, the story is coming in order. In the Quran, there's no order. Exactly. So if we type the word ahad here, and I will type it in front of you, Abdul. Ahad. Am I typing in English or English? Hold on. Switch to Arabic. This is ahad. Look at this. All those verses using the word ahad in the search engine here appear 29 times, but I think it appear more. Ahad, 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 ahad. You will say to me, there's tashkil here, but you know, Muhammad, when he have the Arabic, there's no tashkil and there's no dots anyway. Ahad mean one off. Okay, like as an example, chapter 11, verse number 81. Or let us go to this one. This one is even easier. Chapter 33, verse number 40. The word ahad translated as any of. You see, this is the word ahad. Muhammad was not the father of any of you. Ahad. Any of. Ahad cannot be one. It had to be one of. أحد الطلاب, one of the students. أحد التلاميذ, أحد الأساتذة, أحد الحمير, one of the donkeys. This is what ahad mean. But the word used in that word, in that phrase where Zakir Naik is quoting, he is copying ikhad. O Israel, your God is one. This is what Muhammad trying to say. He's trying to copy the Jews. O Israel, your God is one. Even that statement is a copy of somebody. But by using the word ahad, he got himself busted again. Because ahad mean one of, not one. As an example, in Genesis chapter 1, verse number 15, and God, he says, God called the day the light day, and the darkness called night. And then, and the morning were the first day. That is the ikhad, the first day, akhad. But it's one of many. But how you can inform the ignorant? And he is stubborn, he think he knew. We go back to the video so we can laugh more or forget about this guy. Potato. Jesus versus vegan. A black stone kisser talking about Jesus versus vegan. You know, we got him busted there too. Continue, Zakura.
He is Allah one and only. If you add D-E-S-S to God, it becomes goddess, a female god. In Islam, there is nothing like male Allah or female Allah.
Look at this liar. How many times the Quran says it is he, it is he? Like what? There's no male and female Allah? Allah is a transgender? It is he. If it is not, there's no gender, why you are saying it is he? You see, this is what happened when you have a donkey in the stage and the rest are a bunch of a mule. And nobody understands what this guy is talking about. He think that's it, he's saying the truth. He is all knowledgeable. In Islam, brother, we don't have he, Allah. When all the Quran saying it is he, it is he, it is he, and says it is we too. But when you say he, it is a mere word. Just to make it more clear, isn't it the Quran says if Allah want to take a wife, he will take it from us? So Allah will take a wife, but he is a female? He have no gender. So how come he will take a wife? Any Muhammadan have a comment? Chapter 21, verse number 17. The word here, past time, is lahu. Lahu in the Arabic language is women. لو أردنا أن نتخذ لهوا. You can go right now and open the Islamic interpretation. You will see lahu is a word mean women. Change the translator. You will see right away the word women appear in a miraculous way. Look at this. Had we intended to take a pastime, i.e. a wife, which will bring us a son or our son, we should surely have taken it from us. And this is again debunk that Allah is one. Because if Allah want to take a wife from us, then how many female Allah is there? And how you say that Allah is not a male, and then Allah is saying, talking about a female. In different verse in the Quran, just to show you those who claim to be scholars, they are just, they are lucky, by the way. I mean, what this guy would do for a living if there's no ignorant Muslims around? Now he have nice house, 4 wives, 20 kids, a lot of money. Isn't it the Quran says how Allah can have a son if you don't have a girlfriend? So how you say to me the Quran does not say that he is a male? Do you see it? To him, again, it's not a male, brother. It's Allah have no gender. To him is due the primary origin of the heaven and the earth. How can he is not a male, obviously, have a son? Somebody might say to you, Christian, don't you say we believe that our God, Jesus, he came to this earth as a male. No problem. You Muslims, you have no idea what you are worshipping. Jesus, our Lord, the Christ, he came as a perfect male. How can he have a son when he have no girlfriend? And even the Quran is so filthy, he did not even use the word wife, he used a consort, a girlfriend, sahiba. So when this Abdul, he tried to answer something, first of all, he answered nothing about the question. He's just saying to us, we favor it because it's not a male or female. This is why you use the word Allah. Well, there's many words that they are not male or female, then we can use them as Allah too. Is the word chair male or female? Continue, Abdul.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has got no gender. If you add father to God, it becomes Godfather. He's my Godfather. He's my guardian.
Okay. If you have father to God, so how the Arab they says Allah have 3 daughters? I mean, look at this silly, this is silly answer. What does this have to do with the question? This is what happened when you ask them an embarrassment question. They don't know. He's just making his own, you know, like let me find a way to say something. You know, I have to say something. But this is all have nothing to do with the question. The question you should say, okay, Allah, he said his name is Allah. Okay, but what Allah mean? They don't know. Continue.
There's nothing like Allah Abba or Allah Father in Islam.
So how you say that the God of the Christian is the same as the God of the Muslims? Because the Christian, they called God our Father. Then you will find somebody even saying to you, the Arab Christian, they use in their translation, in the Arabic translation, as the same as the Indonesian Christians, or in Malaysia, they use the word Allah, which is a false translation. But as you see, here we go, they are using false translation, and they say Allah is our Father. So the name did not prevent that from happening. Stupid. And the Arab, they say Allah have 3 daughters. So that did not prevent that from happening.
If you add a mother to God, it becomes Godmother.
Okay, well, guys, if you add mother to God. Well, here we go, you add 3 daughters to Allah. What a different. What is different? The Arab, they added 3 daughters to Allah, Al-Lat and Al-Uzza and Manat, and some they say even Manat is the wife. They are not sure which one is the wife.
There's nothing like Allah Mother or Allah Ammi in Islam. If you prefix tin before God, it becomes tin God, meaning a fake God. There's nothing like tin Allah in Islam. That's the reason we Muslims, we prefer calling Allah.
Did you see? We Muslim, we prefer to call Allah, Allah. It's a prefer. Did you hear this? We prefer. So what this idiot saying, we Muslim look at names and we could not find better name than this name. We look between the words and we say, okay, well, this is the name look like this is this is the best between all the names. So you are worshiping a name, you do not know what the name is, just because you are saying you cannot make it male or female, you cannot make it grandfather, you cannot make it poor. I mean, what this is stupid as what kind of religion this religion is. This is the reason. Remember, he's telling you why he is calling God Allah. And the reason is the following. But none of them is an answer for anything. And that's mean you made a choice of a word. If you find a better word tomorrow, you will dump this word and go to the other word. Continue. A bishop angers when I said Bible use. And what are you talking about?
By the Arabic word Allah. And that's the reason this word Allah is also present in most of the major religious scriptures. If you read the 6 scriptures, one of the attributes given to Almighty God is Allah. If you read the Christian Bible, in the Gospel of Mark, chapter number 15, verse 34, in the Gospel of Matthew.
Stop. Stop. Let me go there. There is no such a thing. Even the word there does not talk about God, you idiot. The guy he quote, whatever he quote, the Muslim, they put in the screen. Here we go. This is all the translation for Mark 13:34. What translation you want? And you can use even the Hebrew one. Where? What? How? But you know, when you are a liar, you say whatever you want. Here we got you busted. You don't even know how to quote correctly. Which verse you are talking about?
Chapter number 27, verse number 46. When Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, when he was put on the cross, he cried out, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani.
Eli, Eli is Allah. Abdul, it is Ili, 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 A-L, ye to make it my. So, Ili, Ili is a quotation from the Old Testament. El is the word which is God. It's not even a name, you idiot, you donkey. So what El have to do with Allah?
Oh God, why hast thou forsaken me?
Okay, hold on. As long as you just say that El is what Jesus said. So why you Muslim, you say that you follow Jesus too? You see, Jesus did not say Allah, he says Eli. It is you who said that, not me. So why you are following a God you do not know where? Ili is Allah, Allah? I mean, they are pretty close. Like, just a distance of 2,000 miles between them. Say that again, brother.
Cried out, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. Oh God, why hast thou forsaken me? Does Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani sound like, oh God, why hast thou forsaken me? No. But if you translate into Arabic, it says, Allah, Allah, lama taraktani.
If you translate to English, Arabic, you stupid translate what? This is the Hebrew, you donkey. You want to like, if you translate the Arabic, it is Allah, Allah. Anyway, let me show you another guy, and this will be the end of this video, showing you clearly that Muslims do not know what they are worshipping, and in fact they stole the name. Remember, this video is posted to me by a Muslim. A Muslim, he says to me, the meaning of Allah is in this video. The comment is there in the section in the previous video, the link posted by a Muslim, and he is the one who asked me to play this video for you. And guess what? They agree with the Christian Prince that Allah is a theft, and we do not know what it's mean. Muslim says.
What does Allah mean? Allah originally comes from the word Al-Ilah, the Lord, the deity, the one who is worthy of being deified. But the nature of language is that over time, language begins to develop. And if a word is being used again and again, repeatedly, sometimes things that are not essential parts of the word may be deleted over time. So for example, in Arabic, people are known as unas. And over time, as the Arabs would say al-unas, 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 some people started to speak faster and they started to then say an-nas. Even though the original word is still used till today, people use al-unas as well. And similarly, people would essentially say al-ilah, 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 and over time, as the usage continued, al-ilah, Allah.
Hilarious! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? The people, they say al-ilah, 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 and by the time it says became Allah. Okay, I will go with you then. How the name became the name of your God? Because Al-Ilah is the God of anybody. And those who say that word first is the pagan. So, is it you who choose the word? People, they say it's a popular word. This is what he said. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. And please have mercy on the Abdul. Genius. He just proved that everything Christian Prince he said is absolutely true. Muslims, they are following others. They are copying others. People say, people said, people before us said. So we copy what they said. We like what they said. We choose it because we like it. We did not make it. It's not the name of Allah. It is a name coming from somebody.
What does Allah mean? Allah originally comes from the word Al-Ilah, the Lord, the deity, the one who is worthy of being deified. But the nature of language is that over time language begins to develop. And if a word is being used again and again repeatedly, sometimes things that are not essential.
Abdul, it's used by who? It is used by who? Used by the infidels, the pagan. So the pagan, they use it. And then Zakir Naik explained to us how unique it is, brother. This guy is just saying it's not unique. By time, they make it easier. So it was al-ilah. What this guy he said. I mean, do you see how every one of them, he give you different definition, different answer? Do you see how much confused they are? The other guy, he said to us, you cannot make it male and female when prove it to be wrong because Allah is He. Allah says, how I can have a girlfriend, which means He is He. The Arab, they call Allah have 3 daughters, so He can have children. The name will not make any difference. And now this guy is saying to you, the correct word is not Allah. It is Al-Ilah. But people, they want to speak it faster, so make it Allah. Did you hear it? So you Muslim praying to Ilah, not to Allah, or to Allah, not Al-Ilah. And how that became your God. And why you say it's a name then? Because based on what you said, it's a word meaning God. Where's your God name?
What does Allah mean? Allah originally comes from the word Al-Ilah, the Lord, the deity, the one who is worthy of being deified. But the nature of language is that over time language begins to develop. And if a word is being used again and again repeatedly, sometimes things that are not essential parts of the word may be deleted over time. So for example, in Arabic, people are known as unas. And over time, as the Arabs would say al-unas, 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 some people started to speak faster and they started to then say an-nas.
An-nas.
Even though the original word is still used till today, people use al-unas as well.
So are you saying to me that your God, Allah, He chose the word, the people, they change it? Because the word an-nas appear in the Quran. Allah is using the wrong word? Because you just said it is, the correct one is al-unas. So Allah using the word an-nas, why? Like, what? I mean, where you got those people from, for me from? I mean, you Muslims, you post those videos for me, supposedly to get me busted. And look what happened. There's a chapter in the Quran. There's a chapter in the Quran, you know. What the chapter saying, brother? So Allah and the Muslims choose the wrong name. Here we go. It's called An-Nas. Do you see it? Isn't it you Muslim, you say that the Quran written before all mankind exist? But you just said that the word, this is a change. So the Quran based on this is written after the change happened. This is An-Nas, not Al-Unas, as he said. The name of the Malikun Nas, read it carefully. So the Quran written after the people, they changed the word. The original, the correct one is Al-Unas, he said. But people want to make it easier, so they said An-Nas. Allah is Ilahun Nas. The God of An-Nas, Allah. And I like it when the Muslim, they say that he is the God with a small capital letter in their website. Perfect, shaitan. You know, Allah is a small God. Do you see it? Not capital letter. The Muslims admit that Allah is the God of mankind as a small letter. Perfect. So this is the definition. Allah is not really a name. We don't know what this word means. They are saying to you, well, this is the word diverted from the word al-ilah. And imagine here, by the way, until now we did not get any official answer. Like, why Muhammad did not tell us what the word means? Why Allah did not say what the word means? We have YouTubers. Anyone can make an answer. I can make it. I can say it to you to be a tree. Where is the official answers? And now you admitted that you are stealing the words from somebody else, and this has nothing to do with your religion. Other religion, they would say al-ilah, al-ilah. So you make it, and you make it a name for your God. So you are looking for a God, and then you found a God as of your choice, the God of the Kaaba, the God of the star, the God of the moon, and you said, I'm going to call him La. And just to prove to you that what he said is stupid, more than what he's stupid he said, I mean, the answer he said is condemning Islam anyway. But al-ilah, al-ilah, ilah, is simply E-L, and there is little H at the end, like a sound of a music. Ilah. Still, it's ilah. It's not Allah. It is Il. Idiot. Il. Ilah. That sound at the end, the little tiny H, it's not really even an H. It's like a music sound. They added like for something holy to make it more beautiful. It's not even part of the word. It is Il. And we just heard Zakir Naik saying that Jesus said Ili, Ili. And he said, this is Allah.
In Arabic, people are known as unas. And over time, as the Arabs would say al-unas, 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 some people started to speak faster and they started to then say an-nas. Even though the original word is still used till today, people use al-unas as well. And similarly, people would essentially say al-ilah, 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 and over time, as the usage continued, al-ilah, Allah. And the name then became Allah.
Now we know how the name become Allah. So this isn't the name of God. This is a word mean God. And even this is a changed word. So as long it used to be something and now became something, next year it might become something else. So now do you believe me when I say not a single Muslim can answer us? They don't know. They are trying to find a solution what the name word mean. But all would take you 2 seconds, my friend. We showed you in the Quran in chapter number 1. And this is a screenshot from yesterday. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. And this is the Muslim resembling the Arabic. Bism is a wrong written, by the way. The Muslim, they took the alif to make it short. As he said, to make it easier, they changed even the Quran. Allah, he said bi-ism, they make it bism. Bi-ismi lahi rahmani rahim. Lahi. He. The I at the end is just like the sound, the same as the H at the end of Il. Ilah. So what is the name of their God? Lah. The second verse, verse number 2. Alhamdu li lah. Li in Arabic mean two. Li mean two. Lah is the name of their God, as you see. That is the truth. Lah is not Allah. And this is why the Quran deleting totally the letter Alif in the beginning of the name, because it's not a name. Where the letters start, the name start from the Lah. And now you do not need to be a genius to go to Prophet Google, peace be upon him, and search for Lah, God, Lah. Is that a coincidence that the moon god is your God? It's coming from the Serbian God? Any Muslim? This is just an article. I'm not saying I approve it or disapprove it, but just search in Google. There's tons of articles, and you check it out, and you study carefully what it is. Lah is the moon god. Actually, we have a clear reference that Allah's name is very flexible. If you remember, chapter of Yasin. Yasin. What sin mean? Allah is the God. Sin. Ya is a word mean God. Another word from the ancient Serbian language. Yasin. Ya is a word mean God. Search right now for sin. Sin is the moon god. Lah is the moon god. Sin is the moon god, and both are in the Quran, and both of them are saying clearly that this is the God of Islam. And actually, if you ask the Muslim, what sin mean? What Yasin mean? They say Allah knows best what he meant by that. Additional proof that Islam is a forgery. They don't know. They are copying words from other religions. Tafsir al-Jalalain. Yasin. Allah knows best what he meant by those letters. But if you go right now and search for God's sin, you will find that sin is the same word you use in English for sin. Like when you say this is sin, why they say that? Because you are saying this is pagan. You are saying this is pagan, so this is sin. You're used in English today. Sin is the moon god. So wherever we go, we are surrounded by the moon god. And this is why we will find, when we speak about the moon god, right away we will find the crescent moon. What say you, Muslims? Your God is Lah. Your God is sin. Your God is pagan God. And you have no idea why those names are there. Copy, cut, paste, cut is called Islam. And because you are copy, cut, paste, you do not understand what it says. I mean, have you ever heard of a God? He says to you, Yasin. Okay, what does that mean, brother? Allah knows best, brother, what he meant by this. Because Muhammad is copying from the book of Waraq ibn Nawfal. He do not know what those things mean. I mean, if an average Muslim do not know, I understand. But if the Prophet himself do not know, that is a different story. Any Muslims? Mr. Lanoon, he is saying prince properly a princess. My friend, I know, I understand that you are in pain, and supposedly you're trying to insult me. It's okay. You know, I welcome you to insult me more. It's a blessing for me. But my friend, as long as you are talking Christian prince is properly a princess, do you want me to make a special call with me and ask me if I do put eyeliner like your prophet 3 times on my eyes a day? If I wear women clothes like your prophet every day? If I pee like a woman like your prophet every day? Are you there? And then we can find out who is the princess here. Are you there? Or maybe you can ask me, hey Christian prince, have you ever kissed your friend down his belly like the Prophet Muhammad? Is that a new tradition in the Middle East? I'm a Middle Eastern. Since when we Middle Easterns, we kiss each other down the belly? Huh? And then the guy said, oh, stop, this is how I like it. Oh, brother, don't stop, please. And you are talking about prince and princess. Don't go there. You are talking to Christian prince. You will be humiliated, you and your prophet. If you try to humiliate me, good for you, no problem. But remember, I know all the laundry of your prophet. So the question now, is Muhammad he or she? Muhammad taking off his shirt. The guy, he said to him, this is not fair. The prophet, he poked him under his ribs with his stick. He's tickling him. And then the guy said to him, you are wearing a shirt, but I am not. The prophet, then he raised his shirt. And then the man embraced him. And he began to kiss his side. Who is kissing who? You will say to me, oh, the man is kissing the side of the prophet. The word kashah is the down of the belly, not the side. And why a man even kissing there? And then he starts saying, oh, prophet, this is what I wanted. Oh, prophet. My religion is dead, my friend. Even your Quran says, and judgment time will not come until all they believe in him, who the Messiah. It is your religion who is dead. This is why you want to kill those who preach the gospel, because you're afraid, because you are terrified. And your prophet is dead. How you can have a religion anyway? My Christ, my Lord is alive. Your religion is dead, and your prophet too. And I can show you the hadith how he stink. The Muslim did not bury him for 3 days, 3 nights. They think that he's the same as Jesus, because he lied to them. He says, we prophet promised by Allah that our body will not decay. And then the poor Muslims, they believed him, so they did not bury him for 3 days. He said to them, pray, send your salat to me, for your salat will be presented in the front of me. They said to him, prophet, but you will be dead. You will decay. He said, no. We prophet, our body don't decay. And then the reference says that the prophet, قَدْ رَبَى بَطْنَهُ, which means that his belly full of fart, full of gas. You know, when a person, he die, and you don't clean him, and he have a food, the food will start digesting. The digestion keep going, even if he's dead. The bacteria will digest the food. So the belly of Muhammad became full of gas, fart. And he starts shooting left and right. So Ibn Abbas says, قَدْ رَبَى بَطْنَهُ إِدْفُنُ صَاحِبَكُمْ فَإِنَّهُ يَأْسَنُ كَمَا يَأْسُنُ الْبَشَرِ. Bury your friend, he stink like the human stink. So you are following a stinky prophet according to your books. And we are following the living Messiah according to your book too. And you are talking about who is dead. Weak hadith. This is weak hadith? Okay. It's weak hadith. That's it. I don't know. As I know that weak hadith is a weak argument according to the Sheikh Hamza. You know, when the Muslims, they say, by the way, weak hadith, they are saying to us that we Muslims will lie about our prophet, and we put a lot of lies in our book. We are a bunch of liars. We lie about Muhammad. Don't believe in what we say to you in our books, because we lie all the time. That's what they mean. They're trying to say to you, this is a lie. Okay, but who wrote the lie? Muslims. Who printed the lie? Muslims. Who accepted the lies? Muslims. So if it's a lie, why it's there? Muslims. Okay. And anything is embarrassment to Islam, they say it's a lie. It's a lie, brother. Hey, Abdul, first of all, I thought Salat should go to God. Why your Salat will be given to Muhammad? Is he God? Look, you pray now, your prayer is not going to Allah. It's going to Muhammad in the grave. Brother, is that true? And by the way, just to show you the stupidity of this cult, read carefully, and this is Sahih Hadith. I mean, have you ever heard of religion and followers? Their prophet said to them, don't write the Hadith. And then they write down, don't write the Hadith. Read carefully. The prophet said, who? Allah Messenger said, don't take down, don't write down anything from me. And he who took down anything from me, except the Quran, he should efface it. Efface that narrative from me. Okay, and then you write this. The guy, he just said to you, don't write what I say, only Quran. And then they write, the prophet said, don't write what we say. You're crazy. He just said to you, don't write it down. Don't write down what I say. And what do? You write down, the prophet says, don't write down what I say. So all the hadith, according to Muhammad, should not be written. Do you know why? Because Muhammad, people, they start reminding him of what he said. He cannot repeat the same lie twice correctly. In the first lie, he said 4. In the second lie, he said 10. In the third lie, the same story, but he cannot repeat the same story twice. Hey, Prophet, which floor you used to live in? The 3rd floor. Prophet, but last week you said you are on the 10th floor. Okay. From now on, don't write down what I say, okay? So all the book of Hadith should not be written then. And this is Sahih. According to the direction of his camel. Well, my friend, the Muslim, they will say to you, well, he's praying, doesn't matter, you know, because the Quran says wherever you will put your face, you know, it's not worth it for me. Hit the head of the snake. Don't waste your time. Do we have any Muslim want to say anything? Now listen to me. Don't download my videos. And then by the time I finish my speech, I will find like 100 if you downloaded the video, and they will make the title. Christian Prince, he said, don't download the video, okay? This is so beautiful. Genius. This is the proof that following Muhammad make you genius. So all those books behind those Abduls is a joke. Your prophet forbidding you from, and they say to you, we are Muslim Sunni, following the order of the prophet. No, you don't. And you know what? Thank God you did not, because all the garbage about Muhammad is here. So if we have only the Quran is a very confusing, stupid book. There's nothing in the Quran. Like flying carpet. Solomon, he heard the ant. And the ant, she said to her friends, hey ants, hide, otherwise Solomon will kill you. What is killing me, I mean, how the ant, she knew the name of the King Solomon. I mean, you know what? You got to respect the ants. I mean, how in the world, she is an ant, but she knew the name of the King Solomon. You see how famous this guy was? And there's no social media at that time, brother. How she knew his name? It's very amazing. I feel like converting to Islam now. When Solomon, he arrived to the Valley of the Ants. Is that in California? Huh? Where is the Valley of the Ants? Is that in California? As I know, there's ants everywhere. But look like the ants, they have their own territory and the state, the Valley of the Ants. Till when they come to the Valley of the Ants, one of the ants, look at the details, look, one of the ants, not all the ants, just one only. They have only one ant in charge of alarm, like alarm, alarm, alarm. As I know, they have the colony, each colony, they have thousands of ants for alarm. One of the ants, she said. What about the rest? They were asleep. Oh, ants, enter your dwelling. And I saw some videos, hilarious. They say in Arabic it says namla, and science discover that the word namla, sorry, the one who in charge of alarm is a female, and namla is a female. So how Allah, he knew this? You idiot. In Arabic we say female for all those insects, regardless if they have balls or not. So when they are many, we call them naml. When it is one, we say namla. Idiot. We don't check the balls of the ants. Hashara, insect, it's a female. Any individual, we add T to it. Idiot. But anyway, this is the good story, brother. Here you learn history. And Darwin, he should start from here, the idiot Darwin. The ant, she said to the other ant, and look how, what we learn from this story. And then Sulaiman, he smiled. At her speech, the ant, she made a speech. As I know, the ant don't talk. They communicate, yes. I mean, we can say they talk, but they don't talk really speech. They communicate by vibration and chemical, that's it. And the funny, that Allah, he taught Sulaiman the language of the birds. And yet, he understands the language of the ants. And then Sulaiman, he went, I don't want to change the topic, but just to show you a cartoon before we finish. For how long we are here now? 2 hours? 2 hours. 1 hour? How many hours we are here? 2 hours and 29? Okay, still short, still short. Good news, good news. This is a short video of a conference. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, lillah, lillah, brother. Lillah, li, alhamdulillah. Genius. So, my friends, my brothers, my sisters, Islam is a joke, and there's no question about that. And as you see, we challenge them to tell us what Allah means, and none of them can tell us. They are saying to us, this is a word diverted from something else. So how you say this is the name of God? How you say this is a name then? They don't know who is their God. All what they know, that Allah have 2 hands in the right side of his shoulder. He have a shin. He have a face. He have eyes. but don't ask more questions. They don't know who they are worshipping. How Allah look like? Maybe we should make our coming video about this topic. How Allah look like?
Okay, the second question of Rami was when people pray and say, oh Allah Azza wa Jal, grant us the ability to see your face in paradise, or when someone prays to you and says, may Allah Azza wa Jal allow you to see Allah's.
And by the way, this is a serious program now, because usually Islamic program, the question is very silly. Like, brother, is it okay if I eat ice cream with my fiancée, or she became my sister if we drink the same, if we eat the same ice cream? Or other caller, she would say, brother, is it okay to shave my underarm? I'm a female and I am 17. This is life on air. Or you might find a woman, she is horny, say, when I take off, listen to this. Once a Muslim woman, she called a sheikh live on TV. I wish at that time I have a program to record it. She said, Assalamu alaikum, you know, and there's two sheikhs. And the woman, she is like making some noises which you don't want to hear. And the sheikh, they start sweating. Brother, when I take off my clothes in the front of the fish tank, the fish, they start shaking. What? The fish in the fish tank, they are shaking? What? The sheikh, he drank the water. I'm not going to make the voice of the women, because you know what I'm talking about. Obviously, she is not a good person. I mean, I don't know. She is making fun of them. I have no idea. So the sheikh, he drank the water. The other one is sweating. He says, sister, I think a sister, you have to, from now on, don't take off your clothes in the front of the fish tank, because the fish are looking at your beautiful, pure body. And they have a genie in the fish. It's true. Muslims believe in that. So there's a genie inside the fish, is a male genie. When this female, she take off her panty or her clothes, like, he go crazy. You know, like, you know. So please don't take off. And then she said to them, the woman, I cannot tell you, sorry, I cannot do that because I have only one room. Oh, the guy, he starts sweating more now. He said, okay, sister, don't you have a blanket? Cover the fish tank by the blanket. I mean, look how serious the topic is. At least here they are talking about how Allah look like. But usually, the conversation is so low. Very low. Okay, tell us more about Allah.
Azza wa Jal. He's the creator of the all, what you see. And
like, yeah, he is the creator of all what I see. That's it. It's proven. Exactly. That's why he says the sperm coming from the backbone of the man, and women have a sperm coming from their ribs.
what you do not see, and he's not created, and he does not die, and he does not have an ending, subhanahu wa ta'ala.
That's it. Subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So Allah described in the Quran that he has a face. Allah described in the Quran that he has two hands when he addressed Iblis, Satan. And he told him, what?
Hold on. There's a guy, his name is Mimi. He said, who said so? And there's a guy in the comment, he says, I wish to see you debating Mimi so he can end your career. Abdul, we ended his career a long time ago. The Tits boy. Mr. Tits.
Prevented you from prostrating to what I have created with my two hands.
Two hands.
So this is what Allah described himself. Allah says in Surah Al-Qalam that on the day of judgment, Allah Azza wa Jal would uplift and show his leg.
You know what? I have to admit, I have a weakness when it's come to legs. But I wonder if the God, he will show his leg. Which leg is going to be more beautiful? A leg of a woman or the leg of Allah? As long as the Muslim, they keep calling him he, I'm telling you from now, I prefer to see a leg of a woman. I mean, like, come on. It is he. So why in the world Allah is showing us his leg? Do any Muslim have an idea? It is He. Anyone? So it is He, and He is going to show us His leg. I cannot imagine how the legs of Allah look like, but I got a picture. So Allah have 2 hands. For sure is not spider, because spider don't have 2 hands. Allah have 5 fingers. For sure is not spider. Spider have no fingers. Allah have a shin. Spider have many shin. So who is Allah? Who is this God you worship? You are confused about His name. You are confused about His look. Okay, He have 2 hands. Where are they? And when you say He have hands, why He need them? You see, Jesus come to this earth as a man. Okay, He is, between us as a man, so He do what men do. He have hands. He grab with them things. Okay. Allah have hands for what? You see, the Muslims, they say to us, the Quran says, if Allah wants something to happen, they say, be and it's going to be. So what the hands for? Is it metaphorical? No. The guy is saying clearly, those are not metaphorical. He have 2 hands. So maybe we should make the second video after this. Or maybe I'm trying, I'm thinking to make it like a series about what this mean, like maybe next video I will make what Israel mean. Hey Muslims, what Israel mean? The Quran keeps saying Israel, Israel. By the way, look at this spider. I'm confused. Which one is this eyes? Yeah, 4 eyes, this guy. Like, what the heck? What happened to you, Qadhi? Huh? Let us ask Joe Biden what happened to the spider. Hey, Joe Biden, president, what happened to the spider? You know the thing? Oh, okay. I mean, look how short the answer and how sharp. That is Muhammad. You know the thing. Allah knows best. So Allah have hands, Allah have legs, Allah have a shin, and Allah will show His shin. Why? Like, what is the occasion exactly? Striptease days? The day of stripping? Why Allah want to show His shin? And look how excited He is to describe for you how Allah look like.
In Surah Al-Qalam, that on the day of judgment, Allah Azza wa Jal would uplift and show His leg. وَيُكْشَفُ عَنْ سَاقٍ وَيُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى السُّجُودِ. And they are called to prostrate, and everyone prostrates except the hypocrites. All the believers would prostrate, and the hypocrites...
Only the hypocrite, brother. Only the hypocrite. They will not prostrate. Do you prostrate to Allah? No, I don't. You are a hypocrite.
will try to prostrate, and their back goes one...
My back feel one piece, to be honest with you. Okay.
piece, and they will be thrown into hell. Allah tells us about Himself subhanahu wa ta'ala that He has an eye. The Prophet tells us that the Prophet...
He have an eye? One eye? Or how many eyes? Man, look, what? Allah has an eye? I mean, do you see how much they knew about their God? Allah has an eye. Do Allah close His eye? Do Allah sleep? Maybe Allah is like alligator. He never closes his eyes. Okay.
That Allah Azza wa Jal has fingers. When He says, "Oh Allah, the hearts are between two of your fingers, you flip them as you wish."
Between two of your fingers? How many he have? So this is what you know about your God. He have fingers. Please answer me, please. Is the hadith of Ibn Mas'ud where some force looking men rode him all night, even he is recited it true? I'm not sure what do you mean. Looking what? Looking men rode him? I don't know. I don't understand your question, Ben Yehudi. Your English is like mine, my friend. It's messed up, you know. I could not get it. Or maybe because my English is not good, I could not get your question. What do you mean? So I just see the Muslims, they have no idea what they are worshipping. You know, they are guessing. Allah have, you know, they look here in what Muhammad said. There's 2 hands, there's 5 fingers, you know. He have a shin, his magnificent, beautiful leg. Actually, this is one of my favorite videos. When the guy says Allah have magnificent, beautiful leg, shin. Let us see.
Everyone on it will perish.
This guy, he added the music to the video. He's, you know, he destroyed it. Don't add those music for those videos. It doesn't make sense anyway. Let us see this one here.
Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu, the Prophet's companion, said that Prophet Muhammad once said, the meaning of the saying, the Prophet, Allah's hand is ever full. Now he used the word Yadullah mil'a. Now why do the translation here we use the word hands? Because Allah also talk about himself. Yadullah fawqa aydihim. The hand of Allah is above their hands. But how do the hand of Allah look like? Don't imagine.
Don't imagine, brother. Brother, don't imagine. Stop. You cannot imagine. Allah have a hand. But how the hands of Allah look like? Don't imagine. It's haram. And there's a guy saying that Christian Prince is destroyed. My friend, all of you destroy me, as you see. But none of you dare to call me. I mean, do you see how easy to destroy Christian Prince, making videos about him? But where is the ones who can call me and show me that? Here we go. I have 1,400 people listening, and none of you. Let me open my palto. Even though I was planning to go soon, but I will give you an extension time, so maybe you can get me busted, brother. I will open my paltalk for any decent Muslims who can destroy me. Who wanna do that? Mayday, mayday. Destruction time. But the heroes, they make videos about me. Okay, this is for my good, because all of you Muslims come to me because Muslims keep talking about me, but nobody dare to debate me. But all of you can destroy me for sure. I mean, you are the winner always. Here we go. I'm logging in my paltalk now. Huh? Bingo, I am in paltalk. Who is the Muslim feel like destroying me? Can I join you? No. Guys, only Muslims, please text me. Only if you are a Muslim. Bluebird, my friend is a Muslim. He wanna call me. Let him call me. You know, let him text me. Text me first, because you cannot call me right away. Text me first, and I will call you immediately if you are a Muslim only. Do we have any Muslim would like to call me and tell us what his thought about what we just said about Allah. Anyone? Who is a Muslim? He would have a golden chance, opportunity to destroy me in front of 1,400 people watching. Anyone? My pal talk is open. Just text me and I will call you immediately. In the speed of Allah. Speed of Allah, that's not good. It take Allah 50,000 years, 1,000 years to send the angels and 1,000 years to come back. So how Muhammad was receiving the messages if take them 2,000 years to go back and go up down? Any Muslim? Yeah, we have 1,400 people watching, but we have only 950 like. You hate me, don't you? Who is a Muhammadan would like to give me a call? See, if I am a person who have a blue eyes, American, you remember the guy from the Philippines says, I debated a real American. You are not real American. Like he's supposed to, like, he debated real American, man. Real American. I mean, look, listen carefully. He debated a real American. You are not real American, you have an accent. That's what he said to me. And actually, this is why they're afraid to debate me, because I have an accent. I am an Arab, I speak Arabic. I debated real American. Like, what? Real American? What this have to do with... What? So my pal talk is open. Let me see, I have one text. No, this is not the text. Any Muslim? Just text me. Just say I'm a Muslim, I will call you. Nobody. Until now, there's nobody, sadly. Honestly, guys, if you have any Muslim sheikh, especially sheikh with a long beard, if you can ask them to come and join us, I will speak to them nicely, with respect, we speak to the person, depending on what he deserves. If he is a rude, if you want to be filthy, this is your business. But people who they are respectful, we will speak to them in better, even respect. I am a Christian, but I want to tell you that that God is not a sexual being, so he does not have specific gender. But I do agree that when he come to the earth, he come the form of the sun. Genius. Okay, thank you. We did not say that God have a gender. This is not what we said. When we believe that Jesus is the Son of God, we don't believe that God the Father have sex. So don't be silly. Do we have any Muslim? Anyone? Who is a Muslim would like to give me a text and I will call you immediately. Anyone? And if you don't want to talk about the topic we are talking about, feel free. Anything about Islam, Muhammad. Who want to call us to tell us how Muhammad is a prophet of God? Who want to do that? Who is a true believer? He believes Muhammad is a prophet. And he can share with us what make him a prophet and what make Allah God. Anyone? Choose whatever you want topic about your religion, I will be happy. Who is this Allah? Do you Muslims know? You know, all what you say to us, He's the creator. Well, all religion, they say there's the God they worship, He's the creator. Do you have a proof that Allah is really the creator, the real creator? Because there's many that claim that creation belong to them, you know. Do you Muslims have any proof of such a thing? Because talk is cheap. Proving it is something wrong, different, you know. Anyone? They claim they are I don't understand. Ibadat. I don't know what you mean. Sometimes I feel better about my English when I see some other English. So do we have any Mohammedan would like to call us? And I will speak to you nicely as usual. Unless you are rude, you try to put me down as a person, trust me, I will unleash the Middle Eastern inside me. You know, I am a Middle Eastern. Don't go there. You want to be nice, I will be nicer than you. You want to be rude? Give it a try. Any Muslims? Who is a person who have a beard, big beard? I like big beard, you know, big beard, very nice, you know. I have a big beard too. You know, we can put it next to each other, see like which beard is longer. And the longer one, we can use it as a towel. Because your beard doesn't make any difference anyway. I mean, you grow up, all of them, they grow a beard. Zakir Naik is trying to grow a beard, by the way, but sometimes it's not growing. He used fertilizer, it's still not working. Do you have time to teach us what the Quran means by uncreated? No problem. Let us make a question to the Muslims. Hey Muslims, what do you Muslims mean when you say the Quran is not created? As you see, there's somebody here is interested to know what you Muslims mean when you say the Quran is not created. Let us put your question for you on the screen. Thank you for the question. See, now we are done with the topic, and those who want to download the video, please feel free to cut that part where, you know, we speak about Allah, who is Allah, etc. And now let us go here. And this is the question for Muslims. You see, the second you ask such a question to the Muslims, Muslims are so good to ask them questions like, can we eat ice cream? Is it halal? Those are, everybody volunteer to answer them. Is curry halal made by the Hindus? Brother? What? Is the Hindu curry, brother, the curry made by the Hindu is halal? Like, what? It's a curry. Brother, is it okay to sit in the toilet seat and the toilet seat is facing the Kaaba? No, brother, haram. So all those three questions, they are so good in answer them. The second you ask serious a question, they are not there. So now the question is, this is a very serious question. What the Muslims mean when they say the Quran is uncreated? Any Muslim can tell us? Because by saying that the Quran is uncreated, now we have Allah, according to Muslims, is not created, right? What make Allah divine according to Muslims? Because He is not created. That's wonderful. Quran is not created, not even by Allah. So it's created by who? Never been created. So we have to divine. Anyone? You see, I'm giving you Muslims the question so you can help us. There's a sheikh. He claimed the Quran is created. Do you know what they did to him? The caliphate, he brought him in the day of Eid. He tied him up in the mosque and he slaughtered him. He said, today we are not going to sacrifice a sheep. We are going to sacrifice this man. What is a crime? Because he said the Quran is created. So if the Quran is not created, and Allah is not created, so now we have two divine. How that can be? Anyone? Do we have any Indonesian Ustad? There was, you know, I missed this guy. Too bad he died. You know, the guy who promised me 5 BMW. I wish they did not die, because I wanted to save his soul. This poor man, he will go to hell following Muhammad. He promised me 5 BMW. TP. What's his name? What's his name? I forgot his name. What's his name? Ustaz what? Insane? Insane. Yeah, Ustaz Insane. Insan, sorry, Insan. I'm getting pal talk. We can set up a talk, no problem. Are you a Muslim, Mr. Preston? Only Muslims, they can contact me. Remember, don't contact me if you are a Christian. And those Christians who contact me in Patreon, please don't contact me unless it is necessarily. Remember, I have tons of people, they keep, you know, I mean, you can, I really would love to give you all the time I can, but for me, I prefer to answer questions asked in public, so everybody get the benefit of the answer, not one individual. And I'm not good in writing emails. It takes too much time. While answering you here, as you see, I'm giving you all the time. I mean, how many hours you want? Have you ever heard of somebody stay with you for 5 hours non-stop until his voice is gone? I used to stay even 12 hours. Any Muslim? Okay, until now we don't have any Muslims, sadly. And too bad. We wanted you to give your voice to those audience, so people, they can hear the other side of the story. You know, it's not good to hear one side of the story, right? But I assure you that the Muslim story is not even a side of the story. It's a fiction. They don't know what they are talking about. I never saw a Muslim, he knew what he's talking about. Never. No, Malik, sorry. Only Muslims can call us. As I said, we don't want to do what the Muslims do. Two Christians talking about Islam, you know, talking. No, we want. I am the Christian. He is the Muslim. Listen to it. That's it. Two Christians does not make any better. You know. We do not need an interview conversation. We do not. I don't like those things. This is why I don't even join other Christian programs. They invite me. I say sorry. I like to do my work alone. I want a Muslim to call me. A Muslim who can prove me wrong. You can try. I welcome you to try. Okay. Look like we have a Muslim. My friend, I tried to call you. It says you are not online. I don't know why. The one you call yourself Kelly. If you hear me. Okay. So look like we have a Muslim. Let us see. Invite your friends. We have a Muslim who want to join us. I hope he is knowledgeable. And he said he want to speak like with respect, so that's wonderful. Why I don't debate Zakir Naik? Who said I don't? Let him give me his. I will call him. Answer, my friend, answer me. Hello?
Hello, man. How are you?
I'm fine. Who is talking to us?
Just 1 second. Bear with me. I'm trying to set up my my things around here.
All right.
Since no one wanted to talk, I wanted to get up and really have a discussion with you, respectful, of course.
That's nice, my friend. You are welcome. And you are a Muslim, right?
Sorry?
You are a Muslim, correct?
Basically, yeah, I'm pendling, and I really want to talk about you about a lot of things.
No, I want a clear answer. Are you a Muslim or not?
At this point, I'm pendling, but I really need some answers. You know, I really need to talk out my mind and see where we can agree and where we can disagree.
So you are a Muslim.
If that's all right for you, but if that's not all right, I can just get off.
No. For me, I want to know. I'm talking to who? So you are a Muslim, yes or no?
Pendling. That means basically doubt is creeping up.
Oh, you have a doubt about Islam. Okay, you're welcome. Go ahead. What do you want to say to me?
Hold on. Let me get up my shit, because this is really interesting for me, because my background is Muslim family and all that, and I really had hard time throughout my childhood trying to describe the things with logic and with truth, with what you can call it, transparency. But there's a lack of all of those things in the religion. So I mean, I'm really trying to find out why it is as it is, you know.
All right. Well, I will be happy to help you, my friend. Go ahead. What do you want to say to me?
Basically, once you speak about Allah and basically who He is as I wouldn't say a person, but as a creator, you come up with writings from the Hadith and from the Quran of approximately how it is. So what I really want to know is when you discuss this topic with Muslims, hard believers, and they would be saying like, you have no right to think about him, you have no right to imagine him, because even that is haram. It's not allowed. And so I'm stuck between this barrier, not really having to imagine someone I put my whole life into, believe in, and think that could save me, based on the beliefs on there's being hell and heaven. And so at the same point, not being able to reconcile with my own thoughts, to see or imagine, even imagine, think about this great God that I am supposed to be following.
Okay. Well, first of all,
who is?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, who is this God then?
You see, if you go in the Quran, chapter 23, verse number 14, this is a verse supposedly present how Allah He created us as a human. So He said He fashioned the drop of a clot, and then He fashioned it into a dead blood. Here you see right away that this God who claimed to be God, the creator, He don't even know how the baby is created, because, you know, stating that we are sperm who become a dead blood, and then that dead blood became a baby, is stupid. Secondly, in the verse there, depending on the translation, you will see it says, فَتَبَارَكَ اللَّهُ أَحْسَنُ الْخَالِقِينَ. Allah is the best of the creators. So every translation is different. Some, they give correct translation. They say the best of the creators. Some, they say the best to create. But even if they say the best of to create, because if He is the best to create, that means there's other creators, but His creation is best, right? And if Allah is the only creator, and this is the only idea of worshipping Allah, that because He is the creator, so how Allah can be the best of the creators? So Muhammad at that time, he was arguing with those people who believe in other gods, and obviously Muhammad, he believed in them too, but he is saying my God is better than your God, so let us worship high God, not the lower one, because he is the best of the creators. So Muhammad, through stages in his life, he was trying to create a religion. He don't have one really. He is following what the pagan Arab they do before him. Their God name is Allah. That's what the Quran says. The Arab, they are called mushrikeen because they associate with this Allah other gods. And by Muhammad saying that Allah is the best of the creators, he accepts that they are gods and he is God. But Allah is the best of the gods who create. So obviously Islam is a pagan cult. It's a collection of religion and somebody trying to establish a religion. He don't have one. That's why Muhammad, Muhammad is confused about what to take and what not to take. So in the beginning, he stopped going and praying toward the Kaaba. I think you know that, correct? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the Kaaba is the house of Allah,
yeah, I can.
Why Muhammad stopped praying to it? Because in the beginning, he was trying to be, with the Christian is a Christian, he's like Obama. With the Christian is a Christian, with the Muslim is a Muslim, with the Jews is a Jew, with the atheist is an atheist. So Muhammad in the beginning, he abandoned the Arab religion. He copied from it just the name of the God. He don't want to kiss the black stone no more. He don't want to go around the Kaaba no more. He don't want to do Hajj no more. And then suddenly, when he gave up with the Christians and the Jews, that they will not believe in him anyway, he decided to switch his religion and go back to follow the God of the Kaaba and to make the Kaaba a station of worship. And actually even the hadith report that the one who made him change the direction of the Kaaba is not Allah, it is Umar ibn al-Khattab. This is why the hadith says that my Lord agreed with me, my Lord agreed with me in 3 things. Some they say 10 things, some they say 5. So one of them is the hijab, one of them is the Kaaba, one of them is divorcing Muhammad's wives. And the hadith says that Allah, he sent the verses as I mentioned, as I said. So the verses revealed by Allah is as I said. So what kind of God he take from a man? He is not a prophet. He take from him verses and he make it Quran. Why Allah he take the opinion of a man to change the direction? Even the Quran says, like if you ask the Muslims, is the Kaaba is a choice of Allah? They say, yeah, this is the house of Allah. Okay, but look, the Quran says Allah will give you a direction which you like, you accept. So it was not a choice of Allah, it was a choice of Muhammad. Chapter 2 verse 144, it says that we see that you are turning your face around. Muhammad did not know which direction he should pray for, so he prayed to Jerusalem because he was living with the Jews. Then Muhammad, he is, so Muhammad now in the stage, he's trying to make an excuse how I can change the direction of the prayer, go back to the Kaaba. So he gave them this verse. So we see that the turning of the face of you, Muhammad, for guidance to the heaven. Now we shall turn thee to the Qibla direction, that shall please thee. So Umar, he said to Muhammad, let us change to the direction of the Kaaba. Muhammad, he liked the idea. Muhammad, he made a verse, says Allah told me to change the direction, and now we pray to the direction of the Kaaba. As you see.
There's a lot of good things you're saying now, but the thing is, with all of it, it's so contradicting. It's a contradiction on top of contradiction, which really doesn't. When you try to cement something as a religion, it will be very shaky. As you say, when there's a lot of things that contradict each other, it really doesn't get off as a really steady religion. Firstly, and what I think about that is like you can make up a lot of arguments about what is being said in the hadiths or what is saying about the Quran. The thing that really troubles my mind is that at points when people get to a certain time when they think this is wrong, this is right, and so they say, well, we condemn this because this is not a part of who we are today, and so I really be thinking about that and think about okay, so you say you condemn this, but the Quran is made for us humans to set a rule for how we can live our life, so we can actually come to a better place after life, and so we'll be thinking about that, and the first thing that pops up to my mind is, of course, the contradictions. And so the second thing is, this book has been written for someone to live their life back then. And how do we know that, that based on what you said previously, that he rather don't want it to be written because he talks too much, and when he talks too much, it becomes a huge contradiction.
You see, it's not when you
get what I'm saying?
When you say that it was written for people to live at that time. No, even that is not true. Let me tell you why. I will give you an example. If Muhammad, he made an order that God he gave him, and that fit for that time, should Muhammad change the order after 2 weeks or 2 days? He claimed it's coming from God. So if it is fit for that time, then Muhammad should not, and the Muslim should not have seen something called abrogation of the Quran. So as an example, chapter 2 verse 178, "O who you believe in the law of equality is prescribed for you in the case of murder, free for the free, slave for the slave, women for the women." People, they start dying laughing at this law, because what Muhammad said, in the case of murder, if a man, a free man, white man, he killed a white man, the white man would not be killed, we kill his slave. Sorry, if a white man killed a white man, we kill the white man. If a white man killed a slave, slave for the slave, we kill his slave. If a woman, she killed a woman, or if a man killed a woman, we kill his woman. What kind of law this law is? So Muhammad, he implemented such a stupid law. He thought this is what Moses believed. He thought this is the eye for an eye. So Muhammad the thief, he wanted to practice eye for an eye, and because he is an idiot, he did not know what eye for an eye mean. So he said, okay, if a free man killed, we kill a free man. If a slave man killed, we kill a slave. But now we will have two victims: the first slave who was killed, and the second slave of the one who killed the slave. And if you go and read the interpretation, you will see that's this is abrogated. Okay, why Allah? This is in the case of murder. Like, what happened? Is the murder changed? Why the penalty of murder will be changed in a few weeks? It's a murder. So when Muhammad, he gave this verse claiming that Allah told him, and he saw the reaction of the people about such a stupid verse, he decided to change it and abrogate it. A clear sign that Muhammad is a fraud. If you go in the Quran in different verse, it says Muhammad, he cannot recite the Quran twice correctly. So Muhammad, he come with a verse saying, if we give you a verse, chapter 2 verse number 106, and the Muslim that in the chat, they are saying I'm lying, read it in front of you. None of our revelation, chapter 2 verse 106, do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten. Okay, why Allah, he just gave a verse, he wanted to be caused to be forgotten? He just gave you the verse. And this is against what Muslims, they say that nobody forgive the Quran, when even the Allah saying Allah caused you to forget the Quran. So Muhammad here trying to explain why he's forgetting the Quran. And then, but we substitute something better or similar. What kind of God he says such a thing? Allah is going to make Quran better than his Quran? What does that mean? So Muhammad is saying, okay, we forget Quran. We are, I say things I don't, I don't remember. I'm a liar, and okay. But don't worry, be happy. Allah will give me better Quran. Or in the Western area, we will get similar. So why Allah will give you a similar Quran, but He will make you forget the Quran, which is similar? Do you see it? I mean, it's in front of you. Did God did that to Moses? He says to him, I will cause you forget the Quran, the Torah, and I will make you similar Torah. What does that mean? How this can be from God? Obviously it's not. And if you go and read the interpretation of this verse, this is chapter 2, verse 106, you will see the Arab, they were making fun of Muhammad, saying, this is Muhammad. He gave his followers, and he enjoyed them an order in the morning. He changed it second morning. I mean, the guy, he changed the law in the speed of light. It's not like, you see, let's say like Muhammad came after Musa's, you know, a long time, so there's some change. No, this is the same guy. He go to sleep, he wake up, he have new things. He have a new order. Look at this. Here it says, when the disbelievers began to deride the matter of abrogation, saying that one day Muhammad enjoy his companions to one thing, and then the next day he forbid it. Are you with me, my friend? So if this is from God,
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, so let us assume that this is from God. Okay, no problem. So God now, he gave him a law. Okay, wonderful. The guy, he in the morning he gave him a law. He go to sleep, he woke up second day, he says, I forbid it. How that can be true? And look, this is not a Christian saying, this is the Muslim interpretation for the verse. This is their highest scholars. Because I know they will say to you, he's lying. He's lying. I'm reading for you what is in your Islamic books. And those are your top scholars. So he gave them a law in the morning. He go to sleep. He wake up, he forbid it. What? Allah make a mistake?
Do you know what I think about scholars, the Muslim scholars? Oh, my bad. You go.
Who care about the scholars, my friend? All of them, they are donkeys for me. I call them scholars. Those are scholars for Muslims, not for me.
No, yeah, but what I'm trying to tell here is basically, the way Muslim scholars are looking at text is so, in that sense, they kind of cherry pick something that they think could fit to what makes sense, and so that I'm in the point.
My friend, in Islam there's nothing is called makes sense. Even the Muslim, they don't say, like, you can go watch Muslim videos, they say the Quran is irrational, you know, it doesn't make sense. So he says you cannot make it make sense, you know. This is how Allah he wanted, that's it. Even the Quran says that there's a huge part of the Quran nobody knows what Allah meant save Allah. So what sense? And what makes sense in this? Let us say I want to follow Islam, and then you are a prophet, I'm existing in your time, and then you say to me it is haram to do this. Second day you say it's allowed to do this, and the day after you say it is haram. It's a, you know, even the mut'a, Muhammad, he forbid it, he allowed, then he forbid it, then he allowed, then he forbid it. What's wrong with you? So the Arab they notice that this is coming from God. Like, why God want to give you even a Quran and he will make you forget the Quran? And what is the purpose? To give you similar Quran. It's like it's like saying to you, I'm going to burn your house, and then I will burn you the same one. I will build you with the same one. So why you burn it? You know? Your house is like 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
Yeah.
I say I'm going to destroy your house, and I will make a house for you, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. So why you did that? What's the point? So here Muhammad, he is an idiot. He is suffering or struggling to make himself look like a prophet. So he's trying to fix his mistakes by changing what he gave them yesterday. He's trying to fix it. There's no way that Allah, if he's God, he would do that. So my friend, I invite you to leave Islam right now. What do you think?
You know what I've been thinking about this is that the contradictions about the Islam, and basically as I've picked up since I've my exams, I've been doing a lot of because I'm still not finished with my this is my last semester, so I'm finishing up, and I've been I had some presentations about fairy tale, and this one guy. This one researcher that I don't remember his name right now, he managed to get out all the rules for how you can make a fairy tale. And this is what's interesting about that. It's that how you can tell it in such a way that you can leave it as it was a time, that you can't question the time before, and also make up the rules that it's similar to fantasy, and at the same time hold someone around the neck long enough so they don't leave. And so that you never hear about a Muslim becomes ex-Muslim. You hear only a Muslim goes missing. That's the hard thing about leaving it, you know, because you're so stuck in it.
No. This is not
and
true.
the sad truth is,
no, my friend.
you're born in it. It's imagine if I was born a Jew. Would I become a Muslim?
You are wrong.
I would say a Jew.
Yeah, let me tell you, you are wrong. If you go in history, you will see the day Muhammad he died, there's tens of thousands of Muslims left Islam immediately. This is why it's called the War of Apostate. So Muhammad was not able to put them and force them to be a Muslim unless the sword is there. And this is the same today. So when you say it's hard to see somebody leaving Islam, no, there is a lot of people leaving Islam because Islam is gang. People don't go in the street and make videos says, I left Islam, because they knew the consequence. So you are mistaken in this point. And people are leaving, and there's a lot of people questioning, and they are out of Islam already. But how you can know? I mean, if you they ask Ahmadinejad, he says in Iran we have 0 gays.
No, that's possible.
They have zero. Listen. They have 0 gay in Iran. They have 0 atheist in Islam. I mean, in Iran. They have 0 gay in Saudi Arabia. They have 0 atheist in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
They have 0 Hindu in Saudi Arabia. They have 0 Christian in Saudi Arabia. Why? Because nobody have a freedom. So it's not because they are shocked of it, but because there's no freedom to know who is a believer or not. Everybody is forced to say he's a believer. Even the Quran says that those who convert to Islam, they are liars. You know, when the Arab they says we believe, Muhammad said to them, don't say we believe, say we are Muslims, Aslamna. Okay, so you are not soaked into it. It's a choice you make. And today we are in the world of the internet, and you can do a lot of things. You can change things. I understand if you live in a Muslim country, it is not easy. You have to hide it, otherwise they will do something to you. But I believe things is changing so fast. All right. In chapter 49.
Yeah, but the only thing.
Yeah.
My bad.
Chapter 49, verse number 14. When the Arab they say we surrender to Islam, Muhammad said to them, Allah said to them, don't say we are believers. Say we surrender to Allah. We are Muslims. So don't say we believers. Say we are Muslims. Imagine. Don't say we believe. Say we are Muslims. I mean, even their book saying that they don't believe, but they are Muslims. Allah telling them to call themselves Muslims, but not to call themselves believers. And here you see that this religion of hypocrisy, what Muhammad want is people to surrender by the sword, not who don't care about you believe or not. Surrender, join my army, attack with me, I will give you bounty. Kill with me, not kill for me, not killing me. That's what he want. So he was establishing a gang, and the gang have a title. It's called Allah and the Prophet. Whoever fight under that gang, he get a booty, he got money, he got shares. That is Islam, and this is why Islam grow, because those who don't have a job, those who have suffering, let us attack other nations. The Roman are rich. That's why Muhammad said to them, attack the Roman and get the blondie girls. He was tempting them by the women and by the money. So my friend, again, I don't want to repeat my question, because either you are convinced or you are not. Why you don't say I'm out of Islam? Are you with me? Hello? Hello? Okay, well, maybe we lost him. Maybe he don't want to say, I don't know. Maybe he's scared to say I'm out of Islam. This is your business. I don't want to force you to say it in public. You hear me now? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Okay. I lost you for some reason. So,
Yeah,
so
the
my
last-
friend, why
sorry,
why
my
you
bad,
don't
the
say I am out of Islam? I mean, after all of this, do you still really want to say I'm a Muslim? Hello? We lost you again.
The last 30 seconds, I can hear you.
Okay, so what is your decision, my friend, about Islam? What do you think?
To be honest, deep down, I want to be free, and so I am. I am physically free, but it is a huge, huge psychological trap which you are born in, and so I want to be free, and the only way I can be free is truly by exposing myself to something. It's in that point I would disagree on heavily, and I will look into it and something I agree with, so it conflicts each other, and so I can progress. It's just how it is. Like humans have, psychologically speaking, humans have high incentive to not be willing to lose something instead of gaining something, because psychologically speaking, if you lose something, it's game over. It's death. And
no,
so
see, I don't know how you think, but I don't think I'm losing anything, because simply it's a belief, and if this belief,
I'm not talking about.
Yeah, if the belief is stupid, I'm not losing a stupid.
Talking about my freedom.
I know. No, you are not.
My freedom.
You are not losing your freedom if you leave Islam. You are gaining your freedom, because Islam makes you, even to go to the bathroom, there's rules. Even to the way you eat, there's rules.
Exactly.
So when you leave Islam, you are gaining freedom. Exactly. You are not losing freedom. Islam control you. Islam is a controlling cult, and Muhammad, he created tons of controlling rules. So you will not be busy thinking.
It's what I'd say too. It's what I'd say too.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to ask you, why you don't say I'm out of Islam? I'm not going to repeat this question again.
Oh yeah, I'm not conflicting in any way, like with your question.
I'm asking you now, why you don't say, why you don't want to leave, my friend? Else. You want to leave or not? You want to leave Islam or not?
And my philosophy, Abdul.
Huh?
Sorry, let me get to this one thing. My philosophy.
My friend, don't tell me about your philosophy. My friend, your philosophy is your philosophy.
The religion.
I'm here to help you to get understanding of what is right, what is wrong. So, based on what we said, not in philosophy or my philosophy, based on what we said and the proof we provide, is Islam is from God or it's false? I want an answer from you. Is it from God or false?
From what you've been providing, I wouldn't really necessarily go out and say, "Hey, God is real."
This is not the question.
Is
Islam Islam from
your point? I wouldn't say God is real. And again, here's the thing.
Okay, my friend, you are wasting my time. Sorry. No. You see, I don't want to hear talk about philosophy. You don't want to say, no problem. Just keep it, in your pocket. Say what you want to say. Because obviously, you are scared to say, well, this is garbage. You agree with me, but you don't want to say it. We got the answer already. Do we have any Muslim would like to call us? Do we have any Mohammedan would like to call us? I don't like too much liquidation in the answers. Either yes or no. So you agree Muhammad obviously is a liar. You agree the Quran is full of contradiction. You agree it doesn't make sense. But still you don't want to say I'm out of Islam. Already you did. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to come and call us? We have a Muslim question here. I'm going to answer it. I am a Muslim too, and I heard strange things about Ya'juj and Ma'juj. That there are billions of people living, I think he wants to say, living between a wall or mountains? Can you explain? My friend, your prophet, he said, as long as you are a Muslim, so I have to say your prophet, he says that each one of Gog and Magog, before he die, he make 1,000 equal to us. So from every human, there's 1,000 of Gog and Magog. So if we are 7 billions, then there is 7 trillions from Gog and Magog. And Gog and Magog are not even human. They look weird, to the point a person, he sleep inside his ear. It's like a tent, you know. So you are questioning, okay, where are they, right? They are behind the mountain. But all of us, we knew that satellite, they scan all the earth. And what mountains is that where Gog and Magog is hiding behind? And the idea of that those people or this creation, they cannot come out of those mountains is proving that Quran believe that earth is a flat and those mountains are separating the earth. So we have, because even if I have a mountain, I can go from different direction and I can cross to the other side. What does that mean? So what if there's a mountain? Let's say between me and you and the Himalaya. Is that the only way for me to go to India is to go through the Himalaya? You know what I mean? So Muhammad, he made it so clear. In the same time, again, he copied a fiction story. He made a story about it. Even in his time, he says that Allah, he said, look at this false prophecy. This is Sahih Bukhari. Muhammad, he wake up and he says, are we to the Arab? Okay, what happened to the Arab? What happened? He says, today a hole has been opened in the dam of Gog and Magog like this. He's scared, he's terrified. Arab, get ready, they are coming to you. And the prophet, he made a circle with his index. So a circle like this, is it scaring the hell of you? Do you see it? So Muhammad, he made a prophecy that the Gog and Magog, they are coming in his time. And this is a sign of Judgment Day. And where are they? Another stupid fiction story. Do we have any Muslim want to say anything about this story? Anyone? All those stories are very funny and very stupid. And those people, they will fight with their arrows. And those people, they will attack everybody. They will control the earth. I mean, what he's talking about? Where are they? Look how many hadith. All of this. Just you search Gog and Magog in the website of the Muslims, you will find endless number of stories about Gog and Magog. Well, he is scared for his life. No problem, my friend. I don't want you to say something will hurt him. But I understand he left Islam. Actually, he's a very nice guy. I'm not against him. But for me, you know, I have things to do. Here we go. Actually, he said I am out of it already. Yeah, the person is very nice. I mean, I'm not against him. But you know, for me, I like to see the result of the fruits of my work. Either I was be able to help him or not. I'm not going to show what his name in Paltalk, but this is what he said to me. Thanks for what you provide, whatever. I am out. I was about to briefly sum up. All right. So thank you very much for your answer. You want to call me again to say loud, clear, I am out of Islam so people hear you? Feel free. This is what I wanted to hear from you, you know. So he's out of Islam. I'm happy for him. Yeah. Here you will see, look, Muhammad, he said here, in this hadith. He's talking about Gog and Magog. Hello? Hello?
I am out of Islam. Like, it's nothing that can take up more of my time or my mind capacity. I'm out of it.
All right, that's wonderful, my friend. I want to hear from you because I don't want to waste your time and my time. You know, I understand the way.
No, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, you know,
I'm grateful for the opportunity that you've granted me this knowledge. Thank you so much.
I'm here to serve everybody, my friend. I'm not really, I'm not here to put you down or even not to speak to you. But in the same time, we have to come to a conclusion as adult. And the conclusion, obviously, you agree with me, Islam is false. So I was wondering why you want to say it. So now
I'm not supporting that.
Yeah. So you agree that Islam is false, and that's wonderful. Now let me ask you then, what do you think about Christianity as long as you agree Islam is false?
I think more about my philosophy, actually, about coming to what I was about to sum up is coming to this world. How I see is just as a wave, and what I can do in the ocean as a wave before I get back into the ocean, become a part of everything.
What is the wave? What the word wave mean?
It's an example. It's how I look to see it.
I understand, but when we use an example, we should understand the example. So what the word wave mean?
A wave, it's like basically a part of an ocean. It comes up and goes down. It's briefly an explanation of the ocean and
the wave is not really what you're saying. The wave is a reaction of an action. So you throw a rock on the water, and that rock push its size and its weight inside the water, and that cause a force to cause a wave. So if you are just a wave
or a wind,
if you are just a wave, which is reflection of an action, then you don't want to be the action yourself. Why you don't be the rock itself who can make waves? So if I am you, I say to myself, I'm not going to be the wave. I'm going to be the one who make waves. So I'm going to make a wave between the Muslims, and wave of Muslims will leave Islam because Islam is a cult. So there's a huge difference for us to be someone who is reflected, or let us say we are a reaction of an action of somebody, or we are the action. Which one is the one is more active, the action or the reaction? So in the law of physics, reaction is, let us say, it's a victim of the action. It's not really the one who is doing things. So if I am you, I will change the way I see myself in the philosophy way, as long as you like philosophy, and then I will choose to be the rock who, if it jump in the water, I will cause the water to make waves, and my wave will go to the end of the other side of the world. So if I am you, I choose to be a wave creator, generator. So my waves can come to others, not just a person who get reflection of others. So establish yourself with your philosophy, understand yourself first, and understand that you are a person who created by God for a reason, and that reason is to be you, a person who generate, not a person who reflect. That's why he said to us in the Bible that not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, or God, God, he will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do his will. So it is the will of the Father, but it is your will too. So either you are a generator or a reflector. Which one you want to be? For me, I choose to be a person who generate in agreement with the one I believe in. It's my generation too. I generate. So the will of God, I agree with it. So I do the will of God, but still it is my will, even though it is the will of God. So for me, I like you to thinking about things differently.
Do you also do you also think that God is so mighty and so that he understands the feelings of us creatures, us humans, that we are under a difficult time?
My friend,
and
you are not
just out.
God is
like
not
being the rock.
Yeah,
in your sense.
God is not waiting for you to be a genius. He knew what he created of you. You are his creation, right? So he knew exactly each one of us limitation, because the limitation of each one of us is different. We are not the same. So there is some of us, we are very limited. Some of us are smarter. So that's not your fault. So God will judge you based on your limitation and how much gift he gave you. It's like somebody, you know, the Bible have many parables. So I give you some money and says, go and invest this money. So it's not fair that somebody, I gave him $1,000 to invest, and then I want him to bring back, return $1. So it should be way more. But if I give other person 50 cents, and then he invested and he make it $1, that makes sense that he is a good person because he was able to invest in what I gave him. So God, he knew what he gave you, and God, he will judge you by the gift you receive. He's not going to judge all mankind equally based in rules only, but he will judge them by the equal gift they receive. If somebody is born with disability, let us say, you know, there's many people, they have an illness, you know, they are born with it. Is it fair that those people, they don't believe in Jesus, they will go to hell? No, because they don't know even what are you talking about. They are born this way. So God, because he is beautiful, he have a beautiful justice too. And the beautiful justice of God is going to rule. Not the aggression, not the, oh yeah, not the aggression, you know, because always people, they think about God that he is aggressive, he is, you know, he is, he will torture us, he will, God, he is loving to you, and because he love you, he will judge you based in what you receive. If you did not receive it at all, like what if somebody, he live in the jungle of Brazil and never heard about Jesus? God will judge those people based in
but
what
God
they...
only loves us at an extent. Is that right or is that wrong?
Sorry, I don't hear you. Go ahead.
God only loves us at an extent. Like, why would it be that God loves us so much, so highly, that he didn't allow us paradise and had to base the ending of a choice of two people?
No, actually, my friend.
Like, I'm not trying to jump from an Islamic tree to a Christian tree. I'm trying to get down to the ground.
No problem. My friend, God, he allow you to stay in heaven. It is you who decide to leave. Because when I invite you to my house, and I say to you, okay, let us say I own an apartment business or a house, and I rent it to you. And I say, please, if you bring somebody else to this house to live with you, I will kick you out. And you agree, right? So you agree in the terms and the conditions, and then you break the terms and the conditions. So it is you who decide to leave. It's mistakenly to think that God, he kicked you out. It's you who kicked yourself out. Because if you did not break the terms and conditions of this heaven which he gave you as a gift, he loves you to the point he gave you a garden, not hell. And then you decide to do your own rules as if you own the garden. You are just a guest. And then you, by breaking the rules of the garden, you decide to leave. So how we can blame God for such a thing?
Well, the thing I think about is like grandparents that once had rented an apartment, and this landlord, the God, kicked them out, and so I was born in the streets, and so that really doesn't reconcile with me really good.
My friend,
what did I
for us as a Christians,
I was born here. This is my normal.
No problem. You see, you can make even your earth a paradise if you want. The Bible says, live, be holy like your Father. So the place is not the problem. It is us who is the problem. You see, Adam was in heaven. It's not the place was the problem. It was him, the problem. So if we want to make the problem is the location, we are just trying to divert our responsibility for what we do. It's like when Zakir Naik says, well, if women, she wear nice a short skirt, well, men, they will rape her. What do you expect? So he's making it responsibility of the women who she's the victim, not the man to control himself. So either we say we don't want to be responsible for being a human, and we want to live like animals, and then we will not be responsible for anything. You know, a cat, she do what cat do. A dog, he do what dogs do. Correct? So a human should do what a human do. Then a human, he chose to be a filthy, he chose to be perverted, he chose to be a criminal, he chose to be a thief, he chose to be a killer, but yet the human have many help. Many who came to help him says, hey, don't do this, this is wrong. Even inside your God, he created you with some dignity to feel that this is evil, yet still you do the evil. So if we want to blame God for my evil, that is not fair. For it's not God who told you to be evil, it is you. But always you justify it saying, oh God, he created me. Oh God, he made me. So I'm being what he told me to be. No, you are not. It's just a way to take off, to take away your responsibility.
So based on based on that statement, would you say I'm closer to God than you are? You being in,
I don't know what is my friend. I do not know who is inside you. I don't know how close you are to God. I don't know. This is between you and God. You see, in Christianity, we believe that God is a relationship with the person, not religion. So for me, I believe that I am close to God when I do his will. I am not when I'm not. Very simple. So the will of God is to believe in the Messiah who came to save me. If I reject his saving offer to me, I'm rejecting God anyway, and then I believe I'm far away from God. So for you to be closer to God than me, first of all, you need to be a person who believes in such a God, and you believe that you are going to be in a personal relationship with him. And that's why I'm saying to you, what do you think about Christ? So if you want to be close to God, you have to be close to God, to God himself, and that is a Christ for me. Maybe you don't believe in Christ, maybe you will not believe, this is your business. But in my opinion, I believe to be close to God is to serve him by serving the people. Jesus, he washed the feet of his disciples. When the disciples, they said to him, Master, Lord, what are you doing? Now, we are the one who should wash your feet. He said, if you don't do it, you don't belong to me. I don't know you. So in Christianity, you want to be in heaven? You can be in heaven even if you are on earth. By being a servant, for that make you a master. As long as you like philosophy, how deep we can go more than this. To be a master, you have to be a servant. Why? Because Jesus, he wants you to earn your rank as a master by love, not by authority. You know what I mean?
And there's a lot. My thing is there's a lot of ways to earn a closer relationship with spirituality or the divine, as in whatever shape or form you want to conclude that is. I think that the way I can get closer to divine, or actually being a part of everything, is not to disturb everything, be a part of everything. It's like it damages me so much to think that there is a virus, corona, and it adapts, it mutates to actually live longer in the host. And so us humans, we are just like the virus. We are in this planet damaging it. We are killing other sentient beings, and so
my friend, don't confuse yourself about
it. Okay, get you closer to God.
My friend, don't go there. I mean, killing and thief. Why you want to go there anyway? I mean, is killing something we do every day? There's people that are criminals. So let us make it simple. I just say to you that Jesus wants you.
But let me ask you a question before we continue. Abdul, one quick question before we continue.
I'm not Abdul.
All right. What do you eat? What do you eat?
What I eat?
Do you eat meat?
Yeah, I eat meat.
Yeah, do you eat meat?
Yeah.
Do you eat something that had a life before?
I do.
Do you consider that as, if you cut that out, you'd be closer to God?
So you are trying, like, maybe you are copying from some philosophy that about eating vegetation, right? So is eating vegetation will not make you eating something have life? Isn't it vegetation have life too? So your philosophy here,
life, but it doesn't feel.
My friend, obviously you can sit it out. No, your thinking is very shallow. I want you to go right now and search how you can grow tomato, how you can grow tomato so crazy. How they put a fish under the root of the tomato. Okay, but tomato is a tomato. The tomato is eating fish. So you think you're a vegetation person, you are eating vegetables, but the fact that the vegetables you are eating is eating fish. And you think you are a vegetarian and now you are not harming anyone. That is a joke, my friend. People need to think deeply, and we are very shallow. No. This is vegetation. Being a vegetarian is not you not harming. You are harming. If this is what the harm means for you, all what you do is eating others. You are eating others. You are
minimizing harm.
Anyway, my friend, we don't want to go like in a circle talk. I mean, there's no point of this, my friend. There's no point. But the idea of not to eat animals because that
harm and suffering.
No. Sorry, I have to let you go. I don't want to go there. I mean, this is really far away from my topic. But I understand how people, they, like super spirituality and, this crazy stuff, I eat plant because I don't want to eat harm animals. That is fake. Fake. You're faking things. For everything, eat everything. Remember carefully, this we saying that to you. Everything, eat everything. You die, they bury you in the ground, insect, they eat you. The insect, they die, or your flesh became a protein to the trees. Trees, they eat like you. And they eat flesh like us. The trees themselves, they are not vegetarian. People, do you understand what I'm saying? Grass and trees, and they are not vegetarian. They eat meat. I really, I feel sorry for people how they think. I mean, we should not be shallow in the way we think. And now, okay, I'm going to eat vegetation because that will not make me kill a fish, right? Well, the tree is a creature too, have a life, and they die too, and they're born too, and they have seed, the same as your sperm and your egg. It's a form of life. And the trees themselves, they eat the flesh. They eat dead bodies. They flourish actually with them. Not only they eat them, they flourish. It's a cycle, my friend. God, he created such a cycle. So whatever die is going to be born. It's a continuum of cycle. So you eat the fish. You make the fish fertilizer for the tree. That's why it's called manure. And then you go and buy manure, which literally is nothing but poo-poo. So you go and buy manure, which is poo-poo, which was a fish was in your dish a day ago, and now it is in your dump a day after, and now it's under the tree, and the tree, she is saying yummy. All right. There's nothing called less suffering. There's more suffering. This is a joke, because if you don't want anything to suffer, then you should not eat anything. You should not breathe, because the air has bacteria. Don't you know that? The second you breathe, you are breathing bacteria. What will happen to them when they go inside your immune system? Your immune system will attack them immediately, will destroy them. You are built in a war zone. All your body is a war zone, and actually you are dead if you don't have that war zone defense inside you. It's a joke, my friend. This philosophy is not a philosophy. It's somebody trying to kill himself, kill his time. I find it very shallow, and it's not real. Do you understand me? Inside your body you have an army, and the army have weapon, and the weapon, they're shooting non-stop. Otherwise you will die. You are under attack 24 hours, 7 days a week. You yourself, you are under attack. I find that a human being, somehow, he go to school, he earn a degree, He became mature, but still he is lack of maturity. Now this is my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. You don't have to agree with me. Maybe you are smarter. Maybe. Maybe I'm a fool. Maybe. I don't know. You make decision. God, he gave you a gift, not only me. Do you understand, people? I don't know who like what I say or don't like. This is your business, you know. But to say that I'm going to eat vegetarian, you know, I can understand if you say it's more healthy, but I don't think so. I mean, you should have a balance in your food. If you eat only veggie, it's not going to be enough for you. You have to get more supplement to cover what is missing. Everything exists for a reason. Too much salt can kill you. No salt kill you. Too much water can drown you. No water, you die. Too much air, you die. No air, you suffocate. There's a balance. God, he created this beautiful heaven. Earth can be a heaven, by the way, if we practice one sentence of Jesus. Love your enemy. So don't focus about love your fish. That is a silly thing. I love to eat the fish. Otherwise, God, he created the wrong system then. Because he created me not by powering myself by the sun, which is nothing but burning sun. What about we stop the sun from burning, my friend? So stop the suffering. Maybe the sun is suffering now. So God did not create me to function by solar system, even though it's a solar system at the end, because all those trees are taking their energy from the sun. And you yourself, if there's no sun, you die. The whole earth will freeze. So it is a complete system, complete. If one of them is missing, the rest is gone. Do we have any Muslim? Do you only take calls for debate? Yes. Oh, this is Yeki, is the guy who made a comment. Hold on, let us call him. It says you have to update your, use your computer, Yeki. This is the guy who posted a comment. Yekis. Try to text me from your computer, Yekis. So I call you. I try to call you, it doesn't work. It says you need to update. I send you a link. Paltalk send you a link. Do we have any Muslim would like to call us? Anyone? I'm using Paltalk. Right? See, the Bible is so clear. Christ, he said, God created Sabbath for the man, not the man for the Sabbath. In the world today, people, they made the Sabbath more important than the man. You know, Bill Gates, he want to dim the sun. The owner of Apple, he have different idea. Joe Biden, he have different ideas, but all of them, they are just lying to each other. Because one volcano is more than all the cars in this earth. And the one who controls it at the end of the day is God, not you. What they do is a joke. It's not real. It's far from reality. And they try to fool you with those conferences. When the scientists, they say that the earth was covered by water, was that because of global warming? But there was no cars at that time. You know what I mean? Looked like a global warming was exist long time ago. Yeah, obviously. What you can do. Right? Do we have any Muslim? Any Muslim would like to call us? If CP will show his face, you will call me. And who cares if you call me or not? And why I want to show you my face? Are we in a date, Zahra? Is that a date thing? Why a girl, she want to call me if I show her my face? Is it okay if I show you my toes? Does it work? I don't know. People are weird, man. You call Allah every day, 5 times a day. You never saw his face. You never even your prophet, he never heard his fart. But you keep calling him. And guess what? He never answer. You know, do you remember when Muhammad, he says, the Muslims, they say that Allah, he took Muhammad to heaven? Allah, he took Muhammad to heaven, right? Okay. When Muslim, they say Allah took him when? What, the daytime or nighttime? What night? What time? Is it night or daytime, Muslims? You will say at night time. But isn't it Muhammad, he says Allah, he come down every night in the 3rd part of the night? So Muhammad, he went to the heaven to meet Allah. But Allah is down. This is how you expose a liar. Muhammad, he forgot what he said. So Allah, he sent him a donkey, is the size of a donkey or between a donkey and a mule. And then he decided to take him to heaven. And then Muhammad, he went up to heaven. But then Muhammad, he says, every night Allah, he come in the 3rd part of the night. So while Muhammad was going to the 7th heaven, Allah was coming down. This is how you expose a liar. So Muslims, is this story is true? That Muhammad, he went to heaven? While Muhammad, he says, Allah, he come down every 3rd part of the night. It's like, you know, a guy, he called his wife. He say, hey, honey, I'm visiting my friend Fred. And Fred, he just knocked at the door. Hey, Fred is here. What are you talking about? Are you visiting Fred, huh? This is what happened to Muhammad. Liar. It's very easy to, you see, Islam is the most silly, stupid cult to defeat. But how you can defeat a cult if you are ignorant about the cult? You cannot. And how the Christian, they can fight such a cult if their priests are ignorant and liars? Like the priests we see, some of them, they saying that the Muslim worship the same God. How many of them? There's a lot of liars. A lot of liars, my friend. This is Islam. This is why if somebody claims to be a priest, what make him a priest or not is how truthful he is. Who care about the word priest? Who care about the uniform you wear? Who care about the cross you have in your chest? The Lord, he said about them, depart away from me, I do not know you. I do not know you. Anyone you see, he claimed to be a Christian priest or bishop, and the Muslims, they say to him, they agree with him, they have nice compliment about him. Obviously he is not telling the truth. This is why they are giving him compliment, because he's a liar. To know who I am, look who condemned me. If the devil, he said to me, bless you, obviously I'm serving the devil. So if Muhammad said to me, bless you, Christian prince, obviously I'm serving Muhammad. From their fruits, you shall know them. We care for Muslims. We don't hate them. We encourage people to be good to them. But that is different from not telling the truth about Islam. Telling the truth about religion is different from being good to people. So we should be good to everyone, including the Muslims, Hindus, atheists, everybody. We should be loving to everybody, as the Bible says. But loving to everybody doesn't mean we are loving the teaching of evil. So when a false priest, he come to you and he say things which is absolutely false, he is preaching not the gospel. He is preaching for Shaitan. Do we have any Muslim? Yakis, did you fix your thing? Let us try to call you again. Yeah, still the same. Yakis, I tried to call you second time. It's not working. Do we have any Muslim? Zahra is saying, stop lying. Zahra, do you know that your prophet, he says, women, they will go to hell, and you have half a brain, and because you have menstruation, you will go to hell? This is how your God, Muhammad, he look at you. He call you naqisat wa aqlin wa deen. They ask him why we are half a brain and half religion. He said, don't you have no equal right to be a witness, as the Quran said? He said yes. He said, don't fast the month of Ramadan, pray as other Muslims because of your menstruation? They said yes. He said, this is your deficiency. And this is the hadith in front of you. Muhammad, he claimed that Zahra, who is in the chat there, she have deficiency. So, Zahra, I'm talking to you because I don't believe that you have deficiency, but I think Islam is deficiency itself, and that is affecting your brain. Muhammad, he claimed that the majority of women, they will go to hell. What is the solution? Give him money, give donation. Clear evidence that Muhammad is a fraud. Hey, women, give it charity. And then Bilal, he opened his dress, and women, they start throwing their rings, their earrings. Now they will go to heaven because they give you their earring? You are Shia? Who cares if you were Shia or not? Quran says that you are half a brain. Was Allah Shia too? Have you ever heard of somebody saying that women, they have deficiency in their brain? And how is that a proof? How we prove it? Because she is not equal to be a witness in the court. Two women equal to one man if they agree with the women. If there's no man, this is a man-made religion. I remember once a lady, you know, she said to me, I did not leave Islam because of you. I leave Islam because Islam made by the man for the man. Yes, I mean, you are the one who taught me. Let us see this guy. Yaki is still not working. You are using a storing software, obviously. That's why it's not working. I don't care. Anyway, forget about her. So anyway, do we have any Muslim want to say anything before we go? She is trolling? Okay, she is trolling. What we can do? They like to be trolling. Do we have any Muslim would like to say anything to us? So look at this today. I mean, we made a challenge for the Muslims and the challenge is still open. Who is a Muslim can tell us what the word Allah means? They don't know. They have tons of articles. Everyone is guessing. Allah is diverted from the word ilah. So how you make it a name then? Who told you to make it a name? How it become a name? Are you avoiding Gog and Magog? I answered you, my friend. I just answered you. What's wrong? You forgot, and even I showed you the hate in the screen. What I want to say to you more, I mean, it's obvious that Muhammad is a fraud. 1,000 of a human being, one person of a human being, equal to him 1,000 of Gog and Magog. So what I will say to you more? What do we want more? What I need to do more? You're avoiding my question. I'm not. Obviously, it's a lie. And they are hiding behind a mountain. Where is that? I mean, they have satellites scanning all the earth. You can go right now to Google Earth. You can put an address of somebody. You will find it in 2 seconds. This story is a fiction story. You can find it in the Quran, chapter 18. When they say to him, put for us, make a dam between us and those creatures. Stupid story. And the dam is made from what? From iron and copper. By time it should be demolished anyway. Because don't you know that those metals, they rust? They will be demolished. And between two mountains, can they climb the mountains? What about airplanes? Can they go around the mountain? And you will say to me, now you did not answer me. So all the talk I did, still I did not answer you? It's a joke. Chapter 18 is one of the clear evidence that Muhammad is nothing but a fairy tale collector story for stories. He's an idiot. Right? I cannot call you for a very simple reason. If you go to Paltalk Help, it says mostly you are using a storing software, not validated. This is why you cannot call me. A guy before you cannot call me anyway. I have to call you. I tried to call you already twice. And I can show you. Here we go. Let me show you. I called you twice, but obviously, see it? And let me call you again. It says out call rejected. You see it? Why? And I send you the link so you can have a new software. And let me call you again. Here we go. In the front of your eyes. Hero. You are a hero, huh? Yeah, you are a hero. I wish I can get you for a snack. It says now you are not online. You see it? So stop playing hero. All of you are heroes. Trust me, I will not waste a chance to get a Muslim to call me, because we need a good laugh. Whatever you say is going to be hilarious. We know what you will say. Okay, we have a Muslim. Answer, my friend, answer. Call me and you will not answer. Hello? Mute YouTube, please. Mute YouTube. Answer, my friend, answer. Can you mute YouTube? And you will not answer. I have a delay, you know. Mute YouTube.
Mute YouTube, please. Mute YouTube. Can you mute YouTube?
Oh boy. I will call you again. I will give you a minute to hear me. And I will call you again. Please mute YouTube. All right? I will call you after a minute. No, Yakis, I want you to call me. I cannot believe that I will not receive your majesty call. You are a genius, man. Isn't it you who says to me, are you asking me why Allah, his name is Allah? Allah knows best. You're a genius. I made you famous already. I put your text in the screen. Are you asking Allah why he called himself Allah? Allah knows best. That's what you said. So don't worry, we made you famous already. You are the genius of the genius. I mean, who's like you? Nobody. You are one of the kind. Let me see, what is your statement? Here we go. This is Yaki. Just to show you what we are missing. The Arabian prophet, yes, and the answer, Allah knows what Allah means. This is the guy who wanna debate me. And then he says, I'm not dumb like Christians past to question God, how he looks or what his name mean. This is dumb, guys, to ask what the name of this God we worship, what his name mean. It's dumb. You're being dumb. That's what he said to us. Genius. So already you debated me, my friend, and you won, obviously. I mean, you are a genius, man. I hope your mom, she don't have too many of you. And look what he said here. To question how God, how he look, or what name mean, or how he was born, or what he created us. Allah knows all of this. We'll definitely ask him in Jannah, inshallah. You will ask him in Jannah, inshallah. Gog and Magog in my Bible. Well, Gog and Magog is a location, is not people. You are ignorant. That's why we say Muhammad is a thief. He steals things and he adds some spices to it. Go, here we go. I challenge for you. Show me where the story of Gog and Magog in the Bible is speaking about people who hide behind the mountain. And then you will see that you are silly. It's a location. Idiots. Any Mohammedan? Let us call this guy, see if it's going to work. I think this guy, he lives in Afghanistan. His connection is hilarious. Do we have any Muslim would like to take the opportunity to get me busted? We have 1,400 people watching. Who want to do it? Anyone? Who is a Muslim? He have a good knowledge of Islam, so he can show us. Right? Yeah, we know what John's saying, Zara. You are silly. Yasir like your ex-god. Anyone? Mayday, Mayday. Any Muslim? Muhammad, he lived as a thief and he died as a thief. He collect from the Jewish tons of stories. Some of it is true and most of it it's a lie. The stories of Gog and Magog is nothing but a legend. And this legend about people hiding behind mountains. And there's Alexander the Great is the one who they ask him to hide them or to keep them behind the mountains. Anyone? Zero? We have zero? Interesting. And you know, I find it very funny when an idiot, he go to website and they copy paste. They don't even know what they are copying. They don't even open the verses they are talking about. Like this girl. Did you even read those verses you are quoting for me? You are saying to me it's speaking about Gog and Magog? I'm sure you did not. You know what are you talking about. Kids. Silly. Do we have anyone who have the courage and the knowledge to call us? Anyone? Open challenge for the Abdul. Open challenge. Why you don't bust some prophecies? What do you mean some prophecies? We bust the prophet, and then by busting the prophet Muhammad, we are busting all his prophecy. Correct? You cut me lying? What? How you cut me lying? By quoting John 20? You are stupid. John 20 does not even mention what you are saying. You are a certified idiot. And let me open John 20 for you. Give me a second, hold on. And then people will laugh at you. This is John 20. You said from 7 to 10, right? Here we go. This is from 7 to 10. Read it. Stupidity is amazing. Certified idiot. Do you want me to play for you the chapter too? I can play it for you. It's my pleasure to play the gospel.
John 20. The first day of the week cometh Mary Magdalene early, when it was yet dark, unto the sepulchre, and seeth the stone taken away from the sepulchre. Then she runneth, and cometh to Simon Peter, and to the other disciple whom Jesus loved, and saith unto them, They have taken away the Lord out of the sepulchre, and we know not where they have laid him. Peter therefore went forth, and that other disciple, and came to the sepulchre. So they ran both together, and the other disciple did outrun Peter, and came first to the sepulchre. And he, stooping down and looking in, saw the linen clothes lying. Yet went he not in. Then cometh Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen clothes lie, and the napkin that was about his head not lying with the linen clothes, but wrapped together in a place by itself. Then went in also that other disciple which came first to the sepulchre, and he saw, and believed.
Okay.
For as yet they knew.
So, this is John 20, the one you asked me to read, from chapter 7 to chapter 10. Idiot. You don't even know how to quote a verse from the Bible, maybe. Do we have any Muslim would like to say anything? Any beautiful, brave thoughts about Islam? Anyone? Followers of the prophet of Gog and Magog behind two mountains? A guy whose name is Zulqarnain, the guy with the two horns. Even the name is weird. All of us, we know that the Roman, they used to wear a hat, have two horns. And there's a Syrian, he's a Syrian, not a Syrian writer. He wrote a book, a fiction book, about a man with the two horns, which is Alexander the Great. The stupid Muhammad, he made Alexander the Great a prophet of Allah, a messenger of Allah, and he found where the sun set and where the sun rise. The story in front of you. And the Muslim, they try to deny that this is Alexander the Great. Even in their interpretation, it says he is the one who built Alexandria. Question, who is the one who built Alexandria? Brother, it's not Alexander the Great. So why it's called Alexandria? And in case you do not know, yeah, I wanted to make a short video. In case you do not know, Alexander the Great, he was a homosexual, oh sorry, a bisexual, which means he sleep with boys, he sleep with women. And then suddenly he became a messenger of Allah. The story in front of you. Gog and Magog. He found where the sun set. And when the Muslim, they say, no, brother, this is how he thought, brother. He thought, like when you go to the ocean, brother, it says that, like, you know, don't you see the sun go in the water, brother? The one who's talking is Allah. And he did not say he thought. He says, wajadaha, he found it. He found it. Allah is talking, not him. Allah reporting what he found. So he found it sitting in a spring, not an ocean. So why you are putting the word ocean? He found it sitting in a spring of a hot spring. This is again coming from the legends. That the sun take its heat, because a human being, he saw like there's some places whereas there is volcano water, boiling water, where the sun disappear and come second day, like at night, go cold. And then in the morning, come back with the heat. It must be she is taking a shower. Just to show you something before we finish for today. Man, yeah, supposedly my back hurt from sitting. Okay, let me show you something here. Oh boy. This is the chapter of Al-Qalam. The chapter of what? Of Al-Qalam, mean the pen. All right. Let us read together the Islamic Religion Discovery Channel. And from his narration and the authority of Ibn Abbas that he said regarding interpretation of Allah saying Noon. Noon, he says, Allah swear by Noon, which is the whale that carried the earth in its back, while in water, and beneath which is a bowl, and under the bowl is the rock, and under the rock is a dust, and none knows what is under the dust save Allah. Look here, the mystery, like here is a mystery. Sorry, we cannot tell you more. So now we discover that the earth is carried by a whale. His name is Noon. Noon in the top of the bowl, bowl in the top of a rock, rock in the top of a spring of water. The name of the whale is Luwish, not Luwish Farrakhan. This is different Luwish. And it said his name is Lautaya. The name of the bowl is Bahamut. And some they say Tahad al-Ahud or Liwana. And the whale is in the sea called Adwad. And it's like a small bowl in a huge sea. The sea is in Hollywood water or rock, whereby there's 4,000 cracks. I believe strongly the one who come with this is the one who have 4,000 cracks in his head. If you go and search right now in Google, you will find that many before they used to believe that ball is carrying the earth. And even they believe the reason we have earthquake because the ball is getting tired and he move the earth from one horn to the other. This is very ancient stories, you know. And even the Muslims, they have a drawing for this. Look at this. This is the whale. You see the whale? This is the bowl. And this is the earth. And this is your book. Nice to meet you. Another Islamic book. This is the earth. This is the bowl. This is the whale. And this is the dish of the water. What we can say more? Do you want more? Huh? Okay. Yeah. And then they make 1,000 videos, million videos about scientific miracles at the Quran, brother. Yeah, the Quran is full of scientific. Come on. I know. Christine, you cannot call me. Sorry. I take calls only from Muslims, not from Christians. Only Muslims. All right? So I'm truly convinced now that the Quran is a book of science and Muslims, they knew what they are talking about. And I invite you all to believe, otherwise Bahamut. Even Allah have a dog, Muhammad, he said. Anyone? Add this to my book. It's not in my book? I thought it is. No? Anyway, I'm writing actually a book. I'm working it for many years now actually. But because I'm not giving it, you see, this YouTube, this crazy YouTube is taking too much of my time. Like now I finish, I need to go and make a walk, like do a walk, do some sport. My back is frozen, you know, like you have to walk, do some physical stuff. And this YouTube thing take too much energy, you know. I need to stop coming here for some time so I can focus more in my books. But in the same time, I know that people, they need me here. And I feel guilty if I don't come. Otherwise, I just told you I'm not going to make a long video. I just said yesterday, today I said I will not make it long. When I started, right? I will not make it long. And here we go. But because I have too much passionate to serve and to help, you know, I find myself drowned into staying longer. More questions come, more questions come. Yeah, I know. Muhammad, he's told all his religion is collection from here and there, like some from the Hindus, some from the Christians, some from the Jews, some from Serbian, you name it, whatever ideas around him. Like the story of the seven sleepers, the story of the people of the cave, the story of this Suleiman walking and talking to the ant. This is all the story of Suleiman. You find it in the Legend of the Jews. Go download the book. It's called Legend of the Jews. Solomon, he died standing. Okay, Solomon died standing how? Why Suleiman he died standing? Because Allah, he don't want the genie to notice that he is dead, brother. Can't Allah delay his death? And brother, how the genies did not notice that he is dead, brother? He died holding a stick, brother. So now if I hold a stick and I die, I will be standing even if I die? Look at this amazing book, brother. And here, by the way, what make it more horrible, this is Quran, this is not tafsir. I mean, it's so clear. So when we decreed death on him, for him, Suleiman, nothing informed them, the genie, of his death except the little worms of the earth who kept chewing slowly his stick. I curse you, worms. You are chewing the stick of Suleiman. I mean, aren't you ashamed of your snack? So the guy now, Suleiman, he died standing. He's dead for a year. If you go and read the interpretation of Ibn Kathir, you will see it says he was dead for a year. A year. And nobody noticed that Solomon is dead. Brother, don't you think this is too big of a lie? Let us go to Ibn Kathir, because they will say to you, he's lying, It doesn't say that, see, you know. Chapter 34, verse 14. Let us go to Ibn Kathir. Read carefully and love. Don't mention names of kids in my channel. Bring men to me. Men only. They're kids. This is Ibn Kathir. This is not a Christian prince saying this is. I have nothing to do with it, you know. I'm just showing you what Muslims believe. Read carefully. Where is the story? We chose the wrong verse. Hold on. Too many pages open in my let me close some. Okay, so chapter 34, verse number 14. Read and laugh. Again, this is not Christian Prince, this is Ibn Kathir. They're big potato, big fat liar. What is the story? Like what? Hold on. I don't want to hurt your eyes. Okay, it's taking me to the wrong. I don't know what's wrong with the website. Hold on, let me do it again. Okay, let us see now. All right, finally, now we got it correctly. Okay, read carefully, guys. Allah tell us how Sulaiman, peace be upon him, died and how Allah concealed his death from the jinn who were subjugated to him to do labor. The genie, brother, they work for Sulaiman. Yes, they built for him. What? Anyone remember what they built for him? They built for him a synagogue, and they built for him statues. I thought the statues is haram. That's what the Quran says. He reminded leaning on his stick, which was his staff. And Ibn Abbas, may Allah pleased with him, and Mujahid and Al-Hassan and Qatada and others said, he stayed like that for a long time, nearly a year. Are you there, Muslims? This is a religion? The guy, he died standing, leaning on a stick for a year. Okay, brother, what happened after 1 year? What happened? Tell us more. The story, brother, continue. Okay, get your candies. Okay, now if you listen carefully, I will tell you the story and you sleep right away. Don't forget to brush your teeth before you sleep. Okay? Okay. When the creatures of the earth, which was kind of warm, ate through the stick, brother, it became weak and fell to the ground. True story. I know many people, they die holding a stick. I'm going to open my chat and I will die right now holding a stick, and you people, you think I am here for the community. I will open your camera too, and nobody will notice I'm dead. Nobody. I mean, the guy is dead for a year, standing on a stick. Like what? And then those little worm. Why you don't get a treated piece of wood from Home Depot, you idiot? So the worm will not. And why you are waiting? Why Solomon is using a wood stick? Use gold. Will not rust, and the worm will not eat it. And then he will stand until now. So the guy is a king. He have an army. He have ministers. He have wives. He have servants. He need to eat. Nobody noticed that the king is dead because he was standing. You go to the room. Your Majesty, do you want to eat? He don't answer. He's doing yoga. Yoga. His wife, she, honey, look at this new clothes I dressed for you. Honey. Oh, he's doing yoga. Okay. She comes second day. Honey, look, I got a bikini for you. He's not answering. Okay. A week after. He's not answering. Honey, are you striking or something? You don't want to eat? Honey, don't you feel like you want to go to the bathroom? You are standing there forever. 10 days pass and you are not moving. Nobody. The minister, the prime minister coming to talk to you. Your Majesty, we have an enemy in the borders. What we shall do? Are you there, Your Majesty? Oh, His Majesty is meditating. He's reading the book of Zakir Naik. A year, you liars. I mean, come on, like make it 2 days. I mean, come on, let make it like something we can swallow. And what is the purpose of this? So the genie will not notice that he is dead until they finish the work. Why Allah don't make him stay until he, okay, why Allah don't make him stay alive until they finish the work? So look, Allah is deceiving the genie. He wants them to believe that Solomon is still alive. And now Allah is in trouble. Okay, Sulaiman, he died. What I will do now? He put his hand between his back. He bent over Allah. And then he go backward, forward, backward, forward, backward. What I will do? I got it. I will make him stay like this on the stick. Uh, Any Muslim? Oreen Hashim. My friend, I mean, any verse you quote for me. Why you don't call me Hashim so we can laugh together? Right? Why you don't call me so we can laugh? Any Muslim would like to call me right now and show me something scientific in the Quran, I will be happy to take your call immediately, even though I'm here for many hours. Who want to do that? Any Muslim? Last call before I go, because it's, you know, I can't stay really longer than this. Anyone? Somebody said that he tried to find me in Patreon, and there's many Christian prince. That's not true, my friend. There's only one Christian prince in Patreon. And anyway, the link is there, even in the first message you see when you join. Anyone? All right. So I want to say thank you guys for being here. I hope that the Muslims, they see that you Muslims do not know what you worship, who is your God. You have nothing but a bunch of fiction stories is put together, and they are not like they are not even in harmony together. They are a collection of silly stuff. If you read any chapter in the Quran, you will find that there is no connection between those stories. I mean, what this is about? Genie in the bottle. The Ring of Solomon. Do you know the story of the Ring of Solomon? I don't want to, if I start talking about it, I will stay until tomorrow. But just to make it simple, according to Muslims, when Sulaiman, he went to the bathroom, he gave his wife Jarada, which means lactose, he gave her his ring because it's haram to take the ring of Allah to the bathroom. Well, come on, you cannot take the ring of the Allah to the bathroom, poo-poo, no way. So he gave her he gave the ring to Jarada. Then Shaitan, brother, he came and he made himself look like Solomon. Jarada, she said, what? I thought you were in the bathroom. You're done. He said, give me my ring. She gave him the ring, the foolish woman. The Shaitan, he put the ring in his hand, and right away he became the king. And the poor Sulaiman, nobody believed that he is the king, because you don't have the ring. And the one who has the ring is the Lord of the Ring. And now we knew where the movie The Lord of the Ring is coming from. The Lord of the Ring. True story of a prophet of Allah. And then, brother, after Sulaiman, he was kicked from the palace and Shaitan became the king because he got the ring. He started having sex with the wives of Sulaiman. And brother, Shaitan is so good in boom boom. The women, they noticed that their husband is not like before. He never had enough of boom boom. So they went to the elders and they told them, the King Solomon is act weird. He's so good in bed. And this is how they decide that this is cannot be the true Solomon from his penis, brother. See, this is what happens if you have an extra powerful penis. I mean, this guy, he looked like Solomon. He had the ring of Solomon, but his penis, brother, doesn't act like Solomon. So they got him busted. They call the soldiers. The penis of Solomon is not the same as the penis of Solomon. We got him busted. It's so powerful. There's no way that this is the Prophet Solomon. Solomon, he heard, sorry, the fake Solomon Shaitan, he heard that they got him busted. So he decided to run away. And he threw the ring in the ocean. And then, brother, look Allah how he function. Allah, alhamdulillah. Solomon, he was working as a putter next to the sea. He saw a guy who bought some fish. He told him, let me carry it for you, because now Solomon, the real Solomon, became homeless. So, you know, the king came from the king. He's not a king no more. Poor guy. The guy, he said to him, what I will pay you for carrying my fish? He said, give me one fish. I will carry the fish for you to the house. The guy, he agreed. They went all the way there. And then, brother, when Solomon, he opened the fish, he found his ring. And he became again the king. Hey Muslims, who is the one who wanna say to me I'm lying? I can show you the whole story with pages and reference. Islam is absolutely true religion. Otherwise, how come the one who made the Lord of the Ring movie is copying Prophet Muhammad? Can you explain that to me? For sure, we cannot. And look like Suleiman, his life is full of tragedy. I mean, look at this. He died standing. I want to die eating cake. Can I do that, Allah? Or baklava? Brother, there's no way that there's any other true God beside Allah. So the coward, the idiot Muhammad, he hears stories from the Jews. They tell it to their children. The guy, he put it in the Quran, as you see. He heard the Jews saying that. Where Muhammad he got the story from? All of us, we knew this is a fiction. You can find it in the Legend of the Jews. And then he made a Quran. Isn't it obvious? I know, like each one of you who want to die doing something, depending on who you are, but obviously it's not good to die as a king who loved by Allah, because you will die standing, you know. And the genies are making statues for, I thought statues is haram, adultery. Adultery, brother. Is it Prophet Muhammad who destroyed the idols? So how Allah he ordered Suleiman to build a synagogue with the statues? Now, I have a challenge, is not to go live on air tomorrow. Guys, do you think I can make this challenge to myself to resist the temptation? The problem is the Muslim, they made comments, and those comments, they kill me. Like, I cannot go, like, I want to go talk about it, you know, like, I'm not, maybe I should not, I would try my best not to read those comments. It's hard, really hard. It is really hard. So I'm going to fight it, you know. Everybody get tempted by something. I get tempted by, you know. Oh boy. Anyway, and by the way, I just order, in case you do not know, I order a stick from Amazon.com.Allah, and I order a stick made from aluminium, because I don't want to die, and then those stupid worms eat my steak, and then Muslim, they knew I am dead a year ago, and like they will find out that I am alive, but I'm dead. I'm not going to let that happen to me. I learned the lesson from Solomon. I will go live holding the stick all the time, made from aluminium. I die standing. And I will be standing forever. And nobody will notice. Nobody. You will not smell or decay and your body fall apart and your body start farting after you die. Nobody will notice, brother. Because you are holding a stake, brother. That's true. It makes sense. If you are not convinced until now, and by the way, this is Ibn Kathir, the interpretation of Ibn Kathir. So if Muslim, they want to say he's lying, this is not true. This is the Quran. Even the Quran say that clearly. I mean, we do not need, you know. Read it. Yeah, I will try not to come tomorrow. I will try, but I cannot promise you, you know. I wish. Actually, I'm going to take a vacation and I'm going to go to the mountains where there's no internet. This is the only way I can stay away from you guys. I know you hate me and you want to get rid of me. It's okay. I understand the situation. You know, I don't blame you at all. So I'm going to take, I will go to the mountains and stay there for maybe a few weeks. Can you make a program about Brunei Sharia law? I mean, Brunei Sharia law. I mean, what Sharia law? This guy, all his kingdom is based on the British and the American. And then he have Sharia law. How that work? Isn't the Quran says take not Christians and Jews as a friends? This guy is a fraud. He used Islam to control his people so he can steal the money. My friend, Islam is the best way to control. So how a king can control? You see, in the old days, false kings, they used to use a Christianity too to do the same thing. Faithy kings, they used to use God of the Bible to control people. And they use their faithy priest. This has always happened in history. Controlling the crowd is an art of deception. So if we need to use God, use God. God save the queen. That's it. Even if the queen is corrupt and scam, and that's it. The priest says, God save the queen. You know, they will quote for you a verse from the Bible says that God is the one who chose the kings. My friend, hold on. John the Baptist, he paid his life against a king. So they don't want you to read that verse that you can oppose a king if he is a bad person. They want to quote for you a verse where it says, obey your king. They want to quote for you that Jesus says, give to what Caesar to Caesar and what to God to God. But they will not quote for you what John the Baptist did. Because they want you to obey. Not to oppose. They use God. Those fraud priests. The same as the fraud Mohammed. The devil, my friend, he changed his uniform. But he never changed inside. This is why the Lord, he warned us, he says, be aware of false teachers and false prophets who come to you in the clothes of a sheep, but they are wolves. They are wolves. And this is why, you know, we as a Christians, we should examine the person is if he fit to listen to or not. If you go to most, sadly, you know, most of those who teach in churches today, they avoid the most important topics in order to keep their job. They're afraid of government. They're afraid of, you know, afraid of saying the truth, as simple as that. We don't have John the Baptist who said to the king, you are a fraud. You cannot do that. We don't have those people. Maybe they exist here and there, but trust me, those people will not be shiny. They will cover them. They will try to hide them. They will try to bury them alive. If a person try to be decent all the force of evil will be against him. So this is why the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. And this is how you know if a priest, he is a priest of the Lord, or he is a priest of the devil. And there's many of them are the priests of the devil, sadly. So I want to say thank you guys for being here. May the Lord bless you. I don't know if I will come tomorrow again or not, but if I come, sorry for you. And what I can do, you know. Love you all, and I'm really grateful for having every and single one of you, and I appreciate those who download my videos. And I heard bad news about people flogging the videos of my video because simply download the video of my video from them. My friend, if you add a subtitle to the video, does not make it yours. And if you are a servant of God, then you should be asking people to download the video from you. If you don't agree to let people download in your video, which you are the one who translate, then I tell you, don't download my videos, otherwise I might flag you myself. The video we make is for everybody. For everybody. If you are here a person who's trying for you, you have your own ego, like, you know, my videos. I don't know you, you don't know me. This is my work, and I am giving it for free. I'm giving my books for free. Who are you to flag people for my video? Who are you? This is why we say there's people, they are Christian by names, and there's Christians who really, they believe in Christ. If you believe in Christ, you serve, and you don't wait for return. You don't wait for people even to subscribe to you. You are doing it because you believe it's true. It is good to do. Not because you believe there is something will come back to you from it. So be a servant. The Lord, he says, you cannot be a master unless you become a servant. Be Christian. Don't worship the word me. Let your brother download the video. Encourage him to do it. And if you want people to know about your channel, make a logo, put your etc. So whoever copied the video, still he can see it's yours. It's you who add subtitle. Let us be good as our Lord, he asks us to do. Be holy like your Father. Thank you. God bless you, and see you soon again. Christ is Lord. Islam is false, and we prove it every day. Take care.